Hello and happy Pride, everybody. I am one of the hosts of XenoChat, Tyler, along with Justin.
Hey everybody, happy Pride.
Yeah, happy Pride. So yeah, we're bringing back two old classic episodes, both of the queer theory episodes we did earlier.
Double Pride.
Double Pride. So yeah, we're bringing you back that, but before that, we need to do a few shout-outs because it's been a few years since we did a queer theory episode, so I believe it was before Future Redeemed came out. So first of all, let's shout out A from Xenoblade Chronicles 3 Future Redeemed for being a great non-binary character.
Yeah, and there's a couple other people that we can definitely shout out from Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition that we won't mention just yet. Stay tuned for that, because we will be doing a Xenoblade X Definitive Edition roundtable episode, and I'm sure we will probably mention some of those characters in there.
Exactly. And otherwise, before this episode, I definitely recommend you check out the Xenosaga Pied Piper remake interview we did with Cyclone Fox and Bob. It was a really fun time. And
yeah, definitely a great episode. Probably one of my favorite recent episodes, actually. Yeah.
Definitely
it's a good one.
Definitely my favorite this year so far. But yeah, thank you everybody, all the listeners over the years, and special shout out to our LGBTQIA plus fans out there.
Yeah, guys, have a fantastic month. Thank you guys for rocking with us. We got some awesome content waiting for you in the coming months, so stay tuned for that. And remember, folks, love is love.
Love is love. All right, thank you. Welcome to another episode of XenoChat. I am one of the hosts, Tyler, along with the other host, Justin.
What's up, XenoFam, and welcome back to another episode.
Alright, and we have two returning guests with us today. First up, we have Robin.
Hey.
And we have Kat.
Hello.
Alright, today is a very special episode that I've been wanting us to do for quite a while now, and probably heard us talk about it off and on, and that is queer theory within the Xeno franchise. Now, before we get into...
Sort of like a baby's overview.
Yeah, baby's overview. Yeah, just to clarify, we are not professionals. The idea was actually given... I think it was Christy, who was on the Shion episode, actually came up with the idea originally. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to be here with us today, but it's something I've really wanted us to pursue, and especially since this is June, Pride Month, the time of this recording, it's something that I think it was about time that we tackled.
This will probably go up during Wrath Month.
This is true.
Yes.
I'll try my best to get it done by then. But before we get into that, let's get into our usual business with Mala Soft and Xeno News. I'm guessing a bunch of you have probably picked up Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition because it is available now. Everybody here pick it up, or?
Hell yeah.
Nope.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, you didn't pick it up. You haven't been streaming it, I know.
No, I got it, and it's really good. I was kind of worried about playing it, not gonna lie, because, like, it's an old game, right? And I played this game... what is it, like 8 years ago was when I first played it. So I was wondering if like it would hold up well, especially after playing Xenoblade Cross and Xenoblade 2 and Torna. But I'm happy to say it plays better than it ever could have. Like, I'm shocked at how well this game has held up. And the Definitive Edition really puts a nice coat of paint on it and really makes it that much better of a game.
Yeah, the title is no lie. It is definitely the definitive edition to play of Xenoblade Chronicles.
Yeah, and Future Connected is also really cool as well. Definitely check that out when you're done playing the main game, because I really enjoyed it. I know some people
I liked it.
Have opinions about it, but personally, I liked it.
I think if you come at it hoping that it's gonna like have a bunch of revelations, then yeah, you're gonna be disappointed. But if you're just coming at it thinking, oh boy, more Xeno with maybe like a little teaser of what they might do in the future, then it's great. It's more Xeno. What the fuck's the problem?
Exactly.
Yeah, I still haven't gotten to that, but once I get done with the main game,
yeah, you're one of those people.
Yeah,
I wanted to play it again.
So much that I just don't.
I just
feel like...
ran headfirst and tried to remember how to play Melia, and eventually I did. I believe there's other news.
But yeah, there's some more news other than just Definitive Edition being out. So Nintendo has been pushing Xenoblade like crazy. We've mentioned before that they have merch now. Well, guess what? They're going to have a Xenoblade themed event in Tetris 99 next month. They tweeted that like Tetris 99's 14th Maximus Cup is going to be featuring Xenoblade Chronicles. So if you earn 100 event points from July 3rd through July 6th, you can unlock a Xenoblade Chronicles theme, and it has all sorts of music from the game in there too. So that looks really cool, and I'm surprised that they're even including it in Tetris 99. It's kind of crazy to think that like Xenoblade has become what it is.
Yeah.
And if that wasn't enough, then there's also a frickin' Melia statue coming.
Oh,
Good Smile's hooking us up with one of those. Like, that's nuts.
Yeah,
I'm not a big statue person, but I'm gonna hop on that train.
I mean,
same.
Yeah, especially how the Cosmos statue is looking from Good Smile. I am so excited to see how this one will look.
And we're still waiting on our Cosmos, by the way.
Yeah, hopefully she'll be coming out in July. Yeah, damn you, COVID.
According to Ami, if you ship DHL, like their stuff's still arriving. I don't know. I haven't looked into it too much, so can't say. But I do know DHL is still shipping from Japan to the US.
Oh, good. So hopefully we'll be getting Cosmos in July. But then, yeah, I
assume they cost more, so a lot of people might not really want to pay for that difference.
Oh, fair.
That is all I know.
Oh. It'll be interesting to find out how the Melia will look. I'm assuming she'll probably be around the same price as Cosmos and Pyra and Mithra were, but we shall see.
Goodbye, money.
Who needs money anyway?
They can have my money.
Yeah.
Thus is the life of a
And
Xenoph.
I'm still, crossing fingers for that Shulk Nendoroid.
That would be cute.
It would be so cute. Well.
Alright. I'm guessing that, is there anybody want to mention anything, or is that about it?
I think that's it for news.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the interesting stuff for now. So I guess we can move on to the main topic.
Alright, Queer Theory. Well, before we
Baby's
get into
introduction to...
Yes, Baby's introduction to Queer Theory. So before we go into this, again, we are not professionals. And we do not, speak for like the LGBTQ plus community. But
some of us here are individuals that are part of this community and have limited lived experiences.
Mm-hmm.
With this, we hope to just put the barest scratch of education into the topic. This is a complex topic that not everybody has all the same opinions on, and I think it's just the nature of queer theory, the experience, and the experience of people in the LGBT community is going to be different from person to person. So
LGBTQ community.
If anything, it would be amazing if, like, let's say you were to listen to this topic and you were to do your own research on this as well. That would be really cool, because I think that this is a big topic that a lot of us can benefit from reading up on or doing any kind of little research, even if it's just watching one little video here or there, just so that you're aware of it and that you really use that as a new way to look at your media.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, think of this as like a tasting menu of like queer theory topics, and this is just like our personal wine reviews of how we were affected. My metaphor got like way lost halfway through me saying it, and I'm just gonna live with that. We're not restarting this.
It's
and
out
that mess
there.
is there. Yeah, okay.
You just gotta live with that.
I just gotta live with that.
All right. Does anybody want to start by defining queer theory for us?
Okay, so queer theory is I guess I'll put my fucking philosophy degree to some use here, even though queer theory was no part of it. So it's this idea of, like, trying to not see the world in terms of binaries, like, because, I, especially in this Western society, I obviously can't speak to any society I didn't grow up in. There's a very tendency to see things in black and white, and very rigid columns, and, of course, life doesn't always adhere to that. So, it's about seeing just beyond the rigid columns that society places, and kind of eking out your own space and, like, going, okay, I don't have to see myself as man or woman, I don't have to see myself as gay or straight, there are other topics in here. And it's also about, like, the other groups to which you belong. It's about not, like, putting yourself in one particular box and just staying there. It's like, okay, yes, I'm bi, but I'm also Jewish, maybe I shouldn't just see things from my bi box. I should sometimes see things in my Jewish box. I should sometimes just see things in my I'm a human person who has ideals box.
Exactly. It's also about having an open mind to people or things that disrupt the status quo. Our society tends to place a lot of expectations on a lot of us, and we grow up believing those expectations and following those expectations, and people who don't often get ostracized for it. So this is really about saying that, hey, maybe those people that are quote-unquote different, they're not so bad. They're just like everybody else. We shouldn't have to limit our scopes to these specific things just because that is what society insists on drilling into us.
And of course, if you are like, hey, I've had, this deep self-reflection, and you know what, I was put in the boy box, and I'm happy in the boy box, that's cool. It's just about, like, not forcing yourself to do something. It's about looking at everything, looking at the options, and then figuring out what is good for you, and figuring out, like, there isn't one way to see things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think the big thing is to be going against the status quo. Mm-hmm. And currently, the status quo is the thought that the men need to be in charge, the females need to be second to them. Everybody is either male or female. Everybody needs to stay in their place. And it's like currently there's a lot of people have come to rely on the status quo because it doesn't require them to think a lot for themselves. Right. Thinking for yourself is dangerous. And Disney movies have pinged on it a little bit in an attempt to, sort of be educational, but it's not really enough. Education, funding for education and what kids are learning these days is very different from what I learned in the 1990s. So people are challenging the status quo less in the current education strata, but more on the internet. So it's a very big, broad topic. It's a very big sort of monolithic thing that people who don't fit it now fight it, or some people who are within the LGBT plus community. Some people can't fight. Some people are trapped in situations where they cannot be their safety would not be guaranteed if they were completely out about who and what they made them up. And I think one of the big important things that queer theory and philosophy and stuff is making the world safer for people who are outside of the status quo.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And as we've mentioned, queer theory does cover more than just gender and sexual orientation, but for the purposes of this podcast, this specific episode, we're just going to be focusing on those and maybe touching a little bit on some others, but
Yeah, we will mention some of the other aspects of it briefly, but most of the topics we're going to bring up here are related to gender or sexual orientation.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's...
So,
Okay.
Doing a half-assed transition into our next bullet point. What is queer coding? That wasn't even a transition. That was just stating the next bullet point.
That was you reading what was on our paper.
That was me just reading it. I thought of one in my head, and then I said, no, just say words. Just barrel through it like I did in college.
You valid. But queer coding in media is characters that are set up to be read as outside the status quo. And I did a little bit of Wikipediaing before here, but I forgot to write it down here. Early in film, when a Western person wanted to code somebody as queer, most of it was in the use of most of this coding was applied to villains and people and characters that were like sidekicks or people intended to be not taken seriously. But I think with the Xenometa series, at least with starting with Xenogears, I noticed very early on that characters who were queer-coded were not bad guys. So I think modern media has, obviously much more. It's evolved much more since the advent of mass communication. So we went through a period where the heroes were only status quo people, but now we're experiencing a lot of more inclusion. And I think despite Xenogears coming out in the 90s, Xenogears misses a lot of the big bullet points of a lot of queer theory stuff, but it improves in certain areas.
Yeah, and that can be said about, the rest of the Xenometa series. There's a lot of characters that really kind of go against the status quo in quite a few ways. And we're going to be talking about some of that today as well, and some of the themes that come with that as well. And obviously, Kat was talking about how how these kind of characters were portrayed before. One of the things that queer theory tends to examine is how much heteronormativity is in our how prevalent that is in our media, whether it be just like a TV show or like a commercial or a book even. Oftentimes people were brought up to think that, the hero is just going to be a boy, he meets a girl, they fall in love, the end. But in Xeno, at least, there are more characters that kind of break away from that in some ways. And that's what makes it kind of interesting, because it's different. It's refreshing. It shows another perspective to the media that we all love and like.
Right. Yeah. I mean, granted, there are some instances of heteronormativity in the Xeno games, but it's also with conjunction with breaking the status quo as well, so it's kind of more diverse.
Yeah, it's the series is not 100% all the way through. It explores different stuff at different times. So it's we get it's. I don't want to say it's like Rain, but sometimes it's gay and sometimes it's not. So.
Yes.
But I also think that a lot, through most of the Xeno titles, we are fighting against a villain that is enforcing a negative status quo, whether it's Solaris or Ormus or Malthus. So.
And there are a lot of themes of kind of figuring out who you are in the universe and who you want to be and accepting that, and
yeah.
There's to a lesser extent, and of course your true friends will accept you too, but it's mostly about a journey of self-discovery and potentially rejecting what society has put on you.
and also the themes of fear and ostracization, like the fear that everybody is just going to not accept you when they find out who you really are. That's a very prevalent theme throughout many of these Xeno games.
Yeah.
And these are things where we'll kind of go more into them as we go through the series, but this is just our overview.
All right, so with that, I guess, like,
so-
how do we want to do this? Do we want to, like, go game by game and talk about specific characters and events?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. So I
Yeah.
guess we can start with Xenogears. Any characters that
Let's
you...
just go chronologically.
Yeah, okay. So I know it's been suggested that Sigurd is can be read as bi.
I mean, I don't think I know a single person who doesn't read him as at least bi.
Touche.
But
See, my counter to that is, has he ever expressed interest in women?
that's also a good point. And I'm not sure if we have a word of God on this, but Sigurd is definitely one of the people who is queer-coded and on the good guy side. And he stood out to me as a 16-year-old kid with absolutely, like, no scholarly anything. Just like, oh, I've seen characters like this in other media, but they're not good guys. That's cool.
Yeah, and when you first see Sigurd, he kind of has, like, a bit of a villainous look if you consider, like, stereotypical anime of that era.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got an eye patch, he's not lily white. Clearly evil.
But yeah, but he turns out to be one of the best and, like, Kudere-est characters in the series. And, like, I feel bad, like, putting the emphasis on, oh, hey, there's a queer-coded good guy, but there's also a very queer-coded bad guy, and when Ramses bursts onto the scene, and his upsetness over Sigurd's defection from Solaris, it's like watching a breakup movie. And I could not think that down, despite all the other, like, straight interactions Ramses has. Ramses has, like, a lot of the you should not exist, something is wrong with you, you're not good enough, that is used by Krellian to control him. And I think a lot of people who are growing up right now who aren't supported are going through the same or similar things to that. And because I was going through something similar myself, I saw that and was like, whoa, a video game did this. Holy shit.
Actually, on the topic of Ramses and, striking down heteronormativity, when you first see Ramses with Miang, like, it's very much like, oh, and that's just his arm candy woman, whatever. And then as you go through the story, you're like, oh, Ramses is the arm candy.
Yeah, pretty much. And it kind of, like, the narrative is very, like, this guy is in a cage. And
yeah.
It's very anti Ramses Miang. The narrative is very negative for him as an antagonist, and it's an interesting compliment to Faye and Ellie. This is the heteronormative relationship that does not work out, but also there's a lot of problems with Faye and Ellie as well.
Yeah.
But
this isn't a why that's bad episode.
Yes. But yeah, I think when people look for different people look for different things in media, and they value different things, and it's more and more important as we go forward that media has more stuff that's LGBT positive. But when you look at stuff in the 90s, it's just like this bulwark of boy and girl hold hands, do things, and Xenogears kind of like when you pick Xenogears by itself out of the patch, and you just look at Xenogears and what it does well and what it doesn't do well, it's kind of there's a lot of stuff that it doesn't do well, but when you compare it in its era, it's a lot more standout.
Yeah, you could say that, more of an attempt was made to have diverse characters in comparison to its peers.
And actually a thing with Sigurd that I know we have a note on later, but Sigurd is another example of a dark-skinned character who's, soft and not angry. He is not an angry black man. Which, not quite on the queer theory line, but...
Race is like...
Race is
part of it.
Part of it.
It is definitely part of the discussion. Part of that, for sure.
Yeah.
The whole thing is...
And again, I know we have another
inclusive.
note about that later,
yes.
so... It's just now this other note won't stand out so much. But another easy transition to make from Ramses is, of course, Dominia.
Yes.
Who, when I was a wee tot playing the game, based on how I knew anime girls looked, I thought Dominia was clearly an anime boy, because her eyes weren't as big, so that means anime boy. That's just what it means. As we all know. And I, again, as a wee tot, was just like, oh, and Dominia and Kelvina are a pair. Cool. Eventually I figured out Dominia was a girl, and I was like, okay, and Dominia and Kelvina are a pair. Cool.
Yes.
However, of course, it's impossible to ignore that canonically she's supposed to be interested in Ramses, even if when I was a wee tot I didn't get that.
Yeah, I think Dominia was one of the first female characters I had, gay feelings about, so she's very near and dear to my heart. She also, she doesn't start out knowing all the things. She's very, within under Solarian control, and I was surprised when they did more with her than just have her be Ramses's crony. She is one of the ones who says, hey, why are you even fighting? Now that we know your weird backstory. That's a reason not to fight. And, I get the very sunken trope of person is saved by other person and falls in love with that person. And that's that kind of thing is kind of coming under fire under modern fandom. So I'm not gonna touch on it too much, but Dominia is very female, but also masculine coded. It's also very easy to read her as a lesbian. I never thought I was 100% lesbian, but if I were, Dominia would have been the hard start of it.
If Dominia was real, we would all be lesbians.
Yes. Also, there's that thing where I'm not 100% female either.
And yet, everyone lesbian for Dominia.
Yes.
But yes, Dominia also has she's trying to very strictly adhere to a society that doesn't like her, because she is a demi-human, and she's in Solaris, where they're like, that's cool, you're livestock, we don't like you, but she's still pro them, and trying to be like, no, that's cool, it's fine. And I'm sure that's a feeling that people who are closeted and in very toxic situations can be like, I get that. Yeah, I get kind of hiding under, because it's what are my options here? Death? Death is a shitty option.
Yes, death is a very shitty option. And sometimes silence is the only current solution. And it's the whole point of elevating more queer media is that more people feel safe enough to come out.
Mm-hmm. And then as another jumping off point, with demi-humans, we of course also have Rico, who, his father rejected him. His father's like, nope, you're a gross little green boy, you can leave now. And he, therefore grew up in the streets. And his TV tropes page lists him as ambiguously gay, which I find cool by me. I don't know that I read that narrative, or I don't know that I would, I wouldn't say that's canon. That's totally cool. It's obviously fine as canon. I don't think that was the intent in canon, but it works perfectly. It's fine. he does hang out with a bunch of half-dressed dudes and one fully clothed woman. Like, yeah, go for it. And he does have that narrative of being rejected and thrown out and kind of making his own path. There is that Japanese stereotype that trope that I'm not super familiar with, where you have a very masculine guy who is meant to more appeal to other men. And it's based on the idea that more feminine guys will appeal to women. So if you're not doing that, like it's kind of how a lot of like J-pop idols work out, where they have that more feminine, sensitive appearance because that's mostly what women like. And then so if you're like being hyper masculine, then haha, that's kind of gay because you're clearly not trying to get girls into you. So Rico does have that going for him as well. And he's also one of the good guys, so yay.
Man, I wish Rico got more in the story.
Oh god, he so deserved it.
Oh god,
Jeez.
yeah.
Rico Appreciation Podcast.
Yo,
Like,
for
he's
real.
essentially Bart, but for Kislev.
Yeah. And hey, speaking of Bart, Bart's on this list too! So this is more, like, a lot of the basis for Bart being on the list is, like, hearsay, where I had read at some point that originally Bart was meant to be a female character and was going to be another potential Faye love interest, so there would have been some conflict with, will Faye go with Bart, who's more like him, but not Ellie, or Ellie, who's more sensitive, and everyone falls asleep. Fortunately, they didn't do that, but that still does leave Bart with, like, a little bit of gay coding and potentially trans coding, because I personally, if I hear a character was designed as gender A and then they switched it to gender B, I'm like, cool, they're trans. Thanks. Anyone else have Gears points? Or shall we move on to Saga points?
I think we can get going to Saga points. I think that's like one of the bigger ones.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Saga has like the most obvious one.
The most obvious one. Shion and Cosmos.
Yeah, just look at any promo material. Done. Next.
Yeah.
I mean,
Next point.
Next point.
No.
I mean, sometimes you could. I don't know if people could debate whether it's like fetishized, but I don't.
You know, when I was college aged, I had an axe to grind with like lesbian content that was created for consumption by men, and Xenosaga didn't hit any of those points for me. Maybe because I was predisposed to like the Xeno series, but like, if you look at the posters, okay, maybe. If you were to go into some guy's dorm and just, like, he had a Xenosaga poster and you just look at the guy, sure, whatever. You can judge however you want, but if you play the game and you see the narrative, it's very not like that. They definitely used that Yuri flavor to market it to that audience a little bit, but I think the soul of the story is a lot less heteronormative than the others.
Yeah, there's a lot of, like, Shion sacrificing for Cosmos. Cosmos definitely sacrifices for Shion. And it's hard to not read it as a sort of love story. Like, I feel that you're putting more effort to not view them romantically. But,
Yeah.
Of course, if that's what you're gonna do, that's what you're gonna do. I cannot stop you.
And, like, different people take different meanings for different things and like different things. So if you don't like a pairing because you don't like a pairing, that doesn't make you any worse or better than anybody else.
Yeah, exactly. We have a note here. Cosmos as trans.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I think it was one of
Kat, I think that was one of your notes.
Oh yeah. So I am not the only person who knows trans people. But I've been in the Xeno fandom for a while. People have come and gone. and there have been quite a few trans women who look very fondly to Cosmos. And I've pronounced her wrong. I'm sorry, Jin.
No, you're fine.
Don't worry about
It's
it.
just like me and Sighton. It's on.
I'm pretty sure we've
Okay.
said Xeno like 10
Yeah.
different ways at this point.
Yeah.
XenoChat.
Yeah.
But, okay. Anyway, Cosmos as trans icon, she is high femme, but there's something unfeminine about her that doesn't like break the whole doesn't break the line.
Mhm.
And I think if I have a lot of transmask tendencies. So when I look at characters like Dunban, I'm like, oh hey, I can very easily make the step and be like Dunban. And I think trans women who are looking at Cosmos look at her and can make similar steps cognitively. I can't speak for anybody else, and we don't have any of those people that I've mentioned on hand, but this is something that I've seen in the fandom, and I think I thought it was worth mentioning.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
absolutely.
Well,
Yeah.
I think, Cosmos is like one of the strongest attackers, in the gameplay. She is tall, so like those are things where you might, if you had to put things into categories of masculine, feminine, you'd shove those into the masculine ones.
Well, oh, sorry, go on.
Yeah, go ahead. No.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I mean, if you look at Cosmos's progression throughout the story, she at first has the two different modes or ways she presents herself. The way that Vector or Xion wants her to, or well, not Xion, but Vector wants her to be is a combat android and nothing more. And then there are moments where Mary comes out, and that's kind of something that Wilhelm wants her to be. And it's not until later in the episode 3 that she kind of comes out as her own self by just being Cosmos, not exactly being Mary or her original self, and going against Wilhelm's status quo.
Yeah.
I thought was
Yes.
Hell yes.
yes.
I'm gonna skip 2 points and then bring up Alan. On the other side, we have a trans-masculine icon. Where his narrative deals with a lot of toxic masculinity. And, he's consistently, especially by Xion being told to man up, which, if you read him as being trans-masc, is really, doesn't speak well for Xion. So...
But we're not here to cut Xion down.
Yeah, we had another episode where we spoke about Xion. That was
No,
way back.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
we basically like Xion, but this is not a way to give her a charitable read. But he does deal with, he's constantly told, oh, you have to be tough, this is how you're a man, and that's a thing that, yeah, it could be part of trans-masculine narrative, it could be part of, a lot of narratives within these sort of trans experience.
Yeah,
And
there's
ultimately, he kind of comes to himself and is more confident, not by, okay, yeah, he does shoot a gun and that's super cool, but it's because he's speaking out and empathizing and, kind of being aggressive about love that is really his crowning, coolest moment.
Yeah, he lets out.
Yeah, he's overcoming a lot of his inner insecurities by the third game, because Xion often berates him and says all these things about him, and you can tell it's eating at him. He's always at odds with himself, so he feels like he's not good enough for Xion. He's not manly enough for Xion. And by the end of the third game, he realized that, you know what, this is who I am, and I can be strong in my own way. And I think that's actually something really cool about Alan.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
he, like, it's very, from the heart of Alan. Alan doesn't make, too many different changes about himself. He doesn't make a virgin to Chad transformation. He gets fed up, and he yells his true feelings, the ones that he's had from the start. And that frees him, a little bit. So.
There's also the Xenosaga anime, where he goes drinking with Assistant Scott.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. There's his much better relationship, who doesn't berate him for being, like, not sufficiently manly. But we are, of course, Gallon stans.
Yes.
He's a good boy.
I don't know if we're talking about Scott or Alan, but the answer is yes.
Yes, to
The
both of
answer is
them.
yes.
They're both good boys. Yeah.
Oh, wait, should we take...
And then...
Oh, go on.
Hmm?
Oh, sorry.
I was going to skip over to Chaos now.
Oh, I was going to, too.
We're chaos
Okay.
now.
Okay, great. So we agree. Let's skip over to Chaos.
Yes, let's.
So Chaos, can easily read as non-binary. Any character can read as non-binary.
That's true, yeah. I think, like, with my non-binary read on a character that I read as non-binary, I think Chaos's gentleness is very, it's very apt. I know he's just, like, a part of Jesus, but Chaos is a gentle guy, and that's outside the status quo as well.
Mm-hmm.
And that doesn't necessarily mean, he's not, like, status quo thing that makes him outside, that makes him not him, or whatever. But it just, like, I think of, like, I am going through this and, arguing with myself, why did you say that? That's a terrible thing to say. But, like, I think, in a non-fetishizing way, looking at a character, and seeing parts of yourself there, and how you could take this part of this into your experience, with characters that are easier to do that, has been important to me. And a lot of my favorite characters, I just have easy reads to things that I'm naturally like. And if other people don't read the same thing from that, and that's really fine. But it's also been an important part of my development as a person.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, I apologize for stumbling, and I apologize if I've said anything off key.
We've had like 7 disclaimers of we're not experts and this is our personal opinion.
You're fine.
And experience. And yours might be different, audience.
Yeah. There's like, Chaos is one of the non-binary icons that I've had, like, in the back of my head as I've started to become more and more out with being non-binary myself. And I've run out of words, so somebody else can take
it.
Alright.
Again, while we're sticking with the trans narrative, the URTVs as part of having a similar trans experience where you have Yuriev going, hey, my 700 fucking kids, this is the life you're going to live, and I don't want to hear it. Like, that's it. You get this, and we're done here. And here are your names and their numbers, except for my 4 special babies who get alchemy names. And then when Rubido and Negredo leave, they get rid of those names. Those aren't them anymore. They're Junior and Gain and Kukai. And that sort of rejection of where you came from and leaving a harmful environment obviously very much speaks to a trans experience of renaming and reclaiming your identity.
Also found
and then
family.
Of course you have Citrine, who keeps the name, stays with him. And, I mean, there are other things we could say about Citrine, like, there's a whole fun abuse narrative there. But, and as for Albedo keeping his name, I always thought that was more of a spite thing. of like, just remember who you are, Rubido.
Also, as a short non-cis person, seeing a short masculine person in a video game who is badass, who is as badass as Junior, is hella heartening.
I do wish he was just short and not a child.
Well, he's 27.
I mean, he's 27, but like he looks very much like a child. He doesn't look like a short adult.
That's true.
Is what I'm saying. Which they have a whole explanation for, but
well, there's a whole explanation for short trans guys as well.
Yes.
It's way different from Xenosaga Science, but yes.
Yeah. It's definitely not. Your genes just don't work that well. And let's also remind everyone that Albedo should have a long flowing beard that he can never get rid of.
Albedo.
What?
Okay. Because his cells grow too fast, so he should have a beard that he just can't get rid of.
Oh,
he should have permanent 5 o'clock shadow. He should shave 12 times a day.
Now I've got the image of Albedo shaving in my head.
Well, some of us roomed with Nick, and we got to see that.
And laughing, just grinning at himself.
I mean, if he destroys his head,
if you had roomed with Nick for Katsu, you would have gotten to see Albedo shaving.
He just blows his head up, that's how he shaves.
Yeah, I was gonna say, would he still have the beard, or would it be gone?
Well, if he keeps regenerating his cells, it keeps growing. It's back.
Okay. Alright. Let's leave the beard for another discussion.
Our 30 minutes of Albedo's beard.
Yep, that's gonna be an episode.
Alright, Tony? Who wants to talk about Tony?
Oh, yeah,
Tony, the confirmed bi character.
Yeah, which is kind of funny considering that, like, when you see Tony, he's introduced as, like, the typical dude bro character. Like, he's always hitting on Shion, and he's always, like, snarky. Like, you see him, you're like, yeah, he's a bro. He's about to go, like, chug a six-pack and look at, like, I don't know, like, Playboy magazine or some, like, car magazines. But then you find out that, hey, he might have actually had a boyfriend at one point.
Yeah, because there's a part in Xenosaga Episode 2 where you can speak to an NPC that's apparently his ex-girlfriend or something like that, and she implies that he's had some relationships with men. I feel like she might have implied, like, Hammer and Matthews, but maybe I'm misremembering.
Really?
I want to say
Him and Hammer, huh?
Yeah.
Him and Hammer makes perfect sense. They do a little dance together.
That's what I'm like.
Fine. I'm more shocked by him. Matthews? Tony lowered his standards for Matthews?
Oh.
It's the boots.
Oh, yeah, okay. It's the hat.
The hat and the boots.
Hat, yes.
Yeah. Chaos was on that ship, too.
He was.
Tony does the Elsa.
Alright.
Do we want to save King for a separate section, or do we want to talk about him
Well,
now?
this is our special round of bad gay representation in the Xeno series. Round 1.
Yay.
And the first prize goes to King from Xenosaga Episode 1 and 2.
I don't think he gets first prize, but he does get first mention.
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's definitely someone who's way worse than King.
He is an NPC. But yeah, King is an NPC in Xenosaga Episode 1 and 2. He is a leader of a gang on the Kukai Foundation. Episode 1, he wasn't... I didn't think he was too bad, but... he came off more as like, oh, he's a tough guy, but he also likes cats. Ha ha ha. But in episode 2, he felt more like a gay caricature. More like in episode 2, but yeah, he just didn't.
Yeah, like that stereotype we were talking about with Rico, not Ricky.
Yeah, and yeah, he's just wasn't very good representation overall.
No. So, but fortunately he is an NPC, so he's pretty easy to ignore.
Exactly.
Alright, anyone else for Xenosaga?
Well, we're talking about bad rep, or are we just going to get to the other ones?
Well, it sounds like we're just going to go chronologically.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, we'll just go, chronologically. And
Fortunately, I think our winner is the last one we're gonna bring up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if you have any guesses as to who the winner is, post in the comments. Like, comment, subscribe.
And if you post after we've already said it, we will know. Anyway.
Well, if anything, if you post who you think the winner is after we say it and it's correct, that will let us know that you listened all the way through.
Yeah.
Or you're good at guessing. We'll never know.
We'll never know.
Okay.
Moving on to Xenoblade.
Alright, so let's move on. Heck yeah. Alright.
So
Albus is also in that same category of chaos with, like, being not a traditionally masculine guy.
Also, I thought of something.
Excellent,
his
good.
connection to the wave existence, which is beyond any kind of gender at all.
Exactly. And, Justin, you were bringing up something about how, like, in a lot of Japanese media with non-binary characters, they're always mysterious.
Yeah, they tend to be on the more mysterious side, or, like, they often withhold information from the party. However, I think, as we mentioned, Chaos is a little bit better about this, a little bit more friendly, but still, there's definitely moments where Chaos knows more than he's letting on, and that's definitely something I notice with those kind of characters. Same with Albus as well. So I guess it's like one of those things where it's just like, I guess they're trying to keep you guessing what's going on with them, but that's just something I noticed, like a little pattern in quite a few of these games.
Mm-hmm. And Albus does have more feminine mannerisms and body language than Chaos.
Yeah.
So he is very easy to read as non-binary. But again, any character can easily be read that way.
Yep. Even trans icon Dunban.
Go ahead, elaborate on trans icon Dunban, because I can only
Okay,
elaborate
okay.
on gay icon Dunban.
Okay. So Dunban looks like how I would look if I were a guy. He has the same hair type.
You do have Dunban's hair. I'm like thinking about it now.
It's a fucking power. So when I first saw him, I was like, holy shit, this guy looks like me. He doesn't make all the right moves, but he's a cool character that a lot of people like, and I could look like him. Like, when I first sort of, like, first started with, being out as non-binary, I thought, I will never pass for male. And it was sort of like lifelong kind of despair, but I can look like Dunban. And that is really powerful to me. And that has, like, stayed with me since I first played Xenoblade, and is very important to me. So that's that there for me. And that is my experience. Other people may have completely different reads, and they're valid.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Robin, what's your gay read?
My gay read on Dunban. So, I guess around the time that I had played Xenoblade, I watched a playthrough of Ib, and I had read something about how Gary from there was supposed to be gay-coded because he used a lot of, like, flowery language. When I tried to go find this again, what I instead found was that Gary is kind of non-binary coded. He uses a lot of feminine terms, he speaks in a more feminine way, but that is about Gary from Ib. My point with that was that Dunban similarly has, like, a lot of flower motifs, so I thought, oh, he's supposed to be gay-coded. And another part of that is just how he is constantly, like, thinking in terms of who's Fiora going to end up with. Fiora has to like, make a family, because I won't. And there's a heart-to-heart with Charlotte where she starts to ask him about, like, what type of women do you like, and he's very evasive about it. So I took all of that to mean, oh, Dunban is gay. Dunban does not care for women, which...
But he does care for Mumkar.
But he does care for Mumkar. He cares too much, and, well, he absolutely doesn't.
And won't cry when his sister dies.
And he realizes it was Mumkar. No, there are. I mean, Mumkar and Dixon are both important to Dunban, but I feel that like he doesn't have too many male relationships where I could easily go, oh yeah, that's a guy he's super into. It's just his consistent evasiveness in terms of getting married. I read as, oh, he knows he's not going to get married. It could also be a, like, he doesn't think he'll live long enough thing, but he is 30. And for, like, video game guys, that's crazy old, Dunban. Holy shit,
That's the end of the line.
Be a spinster. Dunban already has one foot in the grave because he's 30 whole years old. So that was reasoning for my reading Dunban as gay, and I thought it was... Again, I thought this was intentional, so I thought it was really cool that they would have this very cool character and have him be gay, and then I realized, oh no, that wasn't the canon intent. Whoops.
Yeah, and I think the Sakura motif is like hella manly in Japan because it's also shared by Nagi in Xenoblade X.
They could just both be gay.
Valid.
But yes, I do agree. It was a poor application of concepts that are not mine. And our other fine queer-coded character, or arguably queer-coded character, is Shulk, who does have... So I've seen readings of Shulk where, based on... Oh, by the way, this contains Xenoblade spoilers. Based on how he's a shell for Zanza, he probably feels very unattached from his body. Like, the reason he doesn't react to food that much is just part of this whole disassociative feeling. And there's also readings of, like, he doesn't feel like... Tying into he doesn't feel like his body is his own. When he does see Zanza, and does see Zanza's male form, he, like, there's a sense of, oh, that's good, yes, I was right, that is what I should look like, that is me. One could argue that Zanza's not the most masculine guy to see, but that is not what we're arguing.
Yeah, I mean that was a great explanation, because I've heard a lot of theories on Shulk being trans from multiple people, actually.
I think another part of it is just that a lot of people who enjoy the series and are transmasc do relate to Shulk. He's a good boy, but he has difficulty communicating and keeps to himself and is afraid to speak up.
Mm-hmm.
And those are, like, that sort of feeling that you need to hide, that people are gonna not... like, that feeling of needing to hide is, of course, within the entire Xeno universe, but is also a common feeling in the trans experience and the gay experience. I feel bad. I feel like I'm being a bad transmasc for not relating to any of the transmasc characters.
It's really okay. I think Shulk is another... I can easily look like this guy kind of character when starting out.
If I had only let my hair grow out more during quarantine, I could have looked like Ryan.
Nice.
Curse my haircuts.
I still beat myself up that I don't look like friggin' wrestler, but that's my problem.
Right, let's go hit up the gym. Let's go get buff so we can look like Ryan.
Go get copies of Ring Fit.
Yes.
Okay,
right.
So moving on to Cross?
Yeah.
To Cross.
Speaking of the trans experience, your main character.
Yep, your main character. Look however you want at any point.
Which is something we're seeing in a lot of games nowadays, I'm noticing. Especially like Nintendo games, they're letting you pick your appearance. Sometimes you can pick whichever voice you want. Like if you could pick a quote-unquote female appearance and give them a quote-unquote masculine voice. Those are all features that we are seeing in a lot of games nowadays. And I think that's actually pretty cool.
I think Saints Row was probably one of the earlier ones to do it, but there it was meant to be like a joke of, oh, haha, it's funny, you're running around like this dude, and then you got a lady voice, so you're running around a lady, and then you got the dude voice, and ha 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 ha. Though, of course, that does have the side effect of, oh, cool, I can make myself. I can make a doodly-looking man and then give it lady voice, and there's me. I did it. Thank you, Saints Row. That was definitely your intention. I'm lying, I always made, like, the most buff lady I possibly could ever.
Rad. Speaking of buff ladies, can we talk about Irina and her crush on Elma?
We can absolutely talk about Irina and her crush on Elma,
Yeah.
yes.
Irina definitely has a crush on Elma. Like, anything that isn't actually in the game isn't actually canon, but Irina has a huge amount of queer coding, at least that I could discern. She seems to have, like, a little bit of leftover Pellegri energy. And that is applied to Elma. So I was surprised by that.
And of course, Gwen has
I mean, everyone is attracted to Elma.
Yeah.
That's true. There is that Gwen thing,
Yeah.
but it's like... Yeah.
I would just say he has huge Alan energy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
He
he definitely
does.
does.
Yeah.
Huge Alan energy. That should be a new term.
I mean, since everyone loves Elma, should we segue into Elma?
Yes.
Oh, absolutely. Let's talk about Elma.
who everyone loves.
All right.
Yeah.
I mean, the big twist in that game is that she's not a human, and throughout the game she had that fear of rejection from the other Blade Blade members, thank you, which a lot of people have when it comes to coming out and being who you are. So yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, everyone's like, well, we've known you all of this time. We know who you are. It doesn't matter what you look like. We know who you are. We know. And we love you. And everyone loves Elma.
I also think, just on, like, a side note, just like Elma in general just feels like a character that breaks the status quo.
She does, being another, like, 30-year-old video game character.
Yeah.
And therefore half dead.
She's like an older female character that, like, takes charge. She's really strong, is there for everybody. Like, Elma's a really good character, and I don't see a lot of Elma likes out there. She really stands out to me.
Another thing is that in the narrative, they never criticized her for being a woman. Like,
yeah, you're right,
Shion,
actually.
Yeah.
Like, Shion, was in charge of the whole R&D division, but, like, you still have Vanderkam calling her a Girl Scout. You didn't have that with Elma. Elma was just like, this is the Colonel. You treat her like the Colonel.
Yeah.
We don't have to, like, do any weird sexist comments here.
And that was really refreshing. Elma is another character, sort of. I like when I looked at Elma and when I looked back at Dominia, I got a little bit of Dominia, not really energy, but it's the same, like, oh, I love this kind of woman energy off of Elma, and Elma is much better behaved than Dominia the entire time. But like Elma's nobility is uncommon in a lot of female characters and things, and I think it's amazing.
Yeah. I guess before we hop into our fine bad rep, I'll first bring up my read on Hope. I always read Hope as a trans woman, and part of that was just because I felt like her name was too on the nose to not have been chosen by herself, or possibly her father. But her narrative also had, like, a lot of fear of rejection, fear of people not liking who you really are. And then, like, on a more minor note, she got very uncomfortable when people talked about reproduction. And so I always just read her as being a trans woman. And honestly, I feel that that's a thing that I'm glad they didn't do it and just sort of planted the seeds for it to be done, that they didn't, like, get into too much the nitty-gritty, that there might be people who probably don't want to leave their mimiazomes, that are probably happier, whose body now matches how they've always seen themselves. And, while that is a very interesting topic that I do like to discuss, I'm kind of happy the game didn't, because while the game has several steps forward, I wouldn't want that to be their step back.
Yeah, that's a very careful line.
Yeah. It's an interesting thing to think about, but I don't know if I would yet trust the writers with something that delicate. And I trust them with a lot.
Yeah, it's interesting being a member of the LGBT community during this time where Japan is like a decade behind us in terms of social stuff. So we are being, as a community as a whole, much more critical of works being put out by Western authors, and I think a lot of patience is given to Japanese writers because of the sort of cultural divide. Like, a Japanese writer probably won't think of the American LGBT scene.
No, but it's not like there isn't an LGBT scene in Japan.
That's true.
And, like, it's just us over here, we're less aware of what's... of the specifics of what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And there's also, like, the amount of time it takes to make a massive game. Social norms will change, so...
Mm-hmm. All right.
Okay, would you like to discuss our next bad game?
Yes.
Since I know you, in fact, unironically like them.
I'm trying.
The next round
really
of
trying.
terrible Xeno representation for LGBTQ goes to Laramara and Nara.
Yes. Okay. These guys look like Margulis. I love Margulis. But they're such bad gay rep. They fall in to a very stereotypical bara gay guy with like lipstick trope. And it's just like over the top, and it's another terrible caricature that just ended up in this thing. And when I was first playing Xenoblade X for the first time, and I ran across Laramara, I think it was, I was like, are these people making fun of me? Or are they making fun of Margulis?
Oof, either way.
I thought Luxor was trying to make fun of Margulis.
So I, like, half of me wonders if a lot of the stuff that I see in this series that I like is just because I'm projecting and wanting to see things that I like. And, like, when they make huge misses like that, I get really disappointed. Mm-hmm. But, like, I am attracted to men that look like Laramara. I'm not certain on the attitude, but, when I tried to write Xenoblade X fanfiction, I was trying to write it from my Cross's perspective, who, of course, I made the most Ramses-looking guy I could, and it was just like, this math guy ends up with this indestructible robot body and, like, standardized muscles, and, like, is like, I finally look like how I want to look, and I can finally interact with other gay men because I've got a sliver of self-confidence now, and trying this, like, newly awakened gay guy trying to go onto the scene for the first time, interacting with Laramara and Laranara. I never finished it, but it was kind of like, I tried to humanize them a little bit better, because there are flaming gay guys like that in real life, and not all of them are bad, and I think the further you get into X, you sort of find out that one of the brothers has kind of more even keel and badass, but you don't get there until you do a bunch of, like, really hard-ass quests. And for the things that fell on their face with Laramara and Laranara, they're definitely fetishized. You get the statue with them obviously flaming gay, feminine, effeminate poses, but you also get a statue of HB like that. So, I'm not even sure if it's a gold star. I'm not even sure if it's a silver star. But a blue star. They tried.
Yeah, it's they could have done more, and it would have been like, alright, not the best, but yes, obviously, flamboyant gay men exist. That's totally cool and fine, and we're not saying any actual human person can't exist. We're saying, here's the issue with these characters. And one of the issues would be if they... I mean, as you said, like most of the content in Cross, it's hidden behind, 17 side quests that are easy to miss.
Oh, yeah.
So you don't get a lot of the more humanizing aspects of them, and, them being cool and competent, and I don't remember which brother it is, and I don't remember if it's the same as the brother that actually does have a boyfriend. But yeah, it's content that's hidden, and if they made that stuff more prevalent, then, the issue would be less they're stereotyped, and, it would be more okay. It'd be like, alright, fine, you made a fully fleshed out character who is also a flamboyantly gay man. Cool.
Yeah.
I also think, they cashed in some tokenism here, and another problem with starting to make change is that sometimes it starts out with tokenism. Whether that's acceptable or not is definitely up to whoever.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, before we move on to Xenoblade 2, I just want to give a shout out to Mia's two dads. That's it.
Hell
That's
yeah.
all I had.
Who are Mia's two dads again?
I don't know. She just mentions them, in her final quest that she has two dads. And
Oh, good for
yeah,
her.
and
That's awesome.
it was
Nice.
awesome. It was just didn't make a big deal about it.
I don't
Just-
remember that.
Why is it all of the good content in Cross so
Oh
buried?
my gosh, and yeah, Mia especially. You had to. Oh, it was
Mia is so buried.
She was so difficult to get.
Shout out to Embry, who's still playing Xenoblade Cross, so I can actually finish all of those side quests, because I'm really bad at it, and I have to keep recruiting you. And Ombre. Yeah, you're the real MVPs here.
All right, are we ready for Xenoblade 2?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Oh,
And this one has a lot, too.
yes.
Yeah, it had a lot of characters. It still feels weird how little we had to say about Blade, but I guess Blade doesn't have too many characters.
Yeah, I can't think of many.
Alright.
But we can talk about one of the more blatant ones, Shiba. Yep,
She's one of your favorites, go ahead.
She is one of my favorites. Probably my favorite Blade. Yeah, Shiba. She doesn't care about guys at all. She'll make them her pack mule, basically. And what's kind of cool about Shiba is that she likes women, but they don't really entertain the possibility that she might be into guys. So you really get a hard lesbian character, which I find surprisingly rare.
Mm-hmm.
Oftentimes it's they kind of like both, or they'll just be like, oh yeah, they're bi. But no, it's Shiba seems to only be attracted to other women.
And it's a huge sticking point.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
I was very impressed. And it didn't seem to me like too much tokenism. So things are getting better, obviously.
Yeah. I think I was really happy with the way they portrayed Shiba for the most part.
Yeah, I honestly kept thinking that it was going to be she does like men. There's a theoretical man
Right.
that exists.
That
where,
exists, that
if
she really does.
Then men should like them. Or here's her side quest where she decides that this man is super important to her, but no, consistently throughout,
They
she
stuck
does
to
not
it.
give a shit about men.
Yeah, they stuck to
And-
their guns with that.
Yeah, and I think it might be Korra's side quest, where, you end up talking to a lot of the other female Blades. They even specifically say, hey Shiba, I know you don't like men, but if you did, could you help us with this problem? And then she, like, just kind of comes up with, I don't know, I guess he'd have to be strong and carry all my bags, because fuck men.
Yeah, Shiba's great.
Shiba's great.
I was rewatching that one cutscene where she kicks that Nupon.
Oh, so good.
Unbelievable. Just the best.
Shiba's so good.
All right. So the next one, this is actually kind of new to me. This way to read Nia.
Oh, you haven't... Oh, okay.
I've actually never heard that particular headcanon before.
Well, I had a different... Well... Oh, you go on, because I had a different read, but it's pretty much the same read. But, yeah, never mind. Sorry.
No, say it.
Yeah. Do you want to just piggyback off of the next... of the main read?
Yeah, there we go.
Say your pitch.
Okay.
Gotcha. Okay.
There we go.
Alright. So, with Nia, the obvious scene that comes to mind is the bathhouse scene where, one thing is that she's very focused on Mithra's body and how it's perfect, and hers is perhaps not quite so similar to that. And another thing is, she's obviously clouded in steam and mist. She goes into the bath, and then Mithra says something vague, and do you want to talk about it? To which Nia says no. So, obviously, it's actually she's talking about Nia's core crystal that Nia doesn't want to talk about, but it's easy to read that as, oh, maybe Nia doesn't look like a traditional woman. Maybe Nia's trans, and doesn't want to fucking talk about it with Mithra right now, thank you very much. So that's an easy read for Nia, and a common one, because you take rep where you can find it.
Yeah.
Yes, you certainly
I mean,
do.
definitely, I feel like Nia's, like, overarching story overall is a coming out story. Because,
Yes.
as you said, she is a blade, and she keeps this, to herself, and to Dromark and Mithra, until about chapter 7. And then she finally, like, expresses her feelings, and everyone, of course, is like, we still really like you. And I thought...
We're happy that you felt safe telling us this.
Yeah, absolutely. And, it really shows, like, why she loves the group so much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and just, like, being able to find acceptance after a lifetime of not feeling accepted is huge. So, yeah.
And, like, she did have that with Torna, since they were all in that same boat, so you could argue that every single member of Torna is transcoded. And you know what? Good on you if you do.
Yes.
Which is a kind of good segue to go to Malos and Jin.
Yes. Malos and Jin are probably one of the most gay-coded villain pairs lately. Whether or not you think that they're gay or that they're just good friends, it's good to see, whatever your read on them, they are there for each other. The narrative shows them helping each other. The narrative shows them hugging. The energy between them. These guys are important to each other, and not a whole lot does that. And I think we also get that with Morag and Bridget.
Right.
But the the thing with Jin and Malos that stands out a little bit more is that they're both very masculine, and I feel like if Xenoblade 2 had been released 10 years before, Jin's design may have been a little bit more effeminate, but it's just
he would have had more belts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that no matter how you read that, if you read them as they're both straight or they are gay, I think that it's really refreshing to see two strong guys share that kind of intimate relationship with each other, because you wouldn't expect that at all. These two strong, burly, muscly dudes hugging each other and able to open up to each other about what's going on inside. And I think that's really, really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, I'd like to talk about how Malos's hips are another big thing.
We have a point on Malos's hips coming up.
Yes. Oh, was I not supposed to do that?
No, we can't talk about the forbidden hips. We have 2 more bullet points till we talk about those hips.
Talk about
Okay.
the hips.
No, we first have to talk about Morag and Brigid.
Oh my god.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
So, Morag and Brigid.
I have a piece to say, but if
Please
anybody
do.
else, okay, all right. So I'm non-binary. I don't see myself doing any physical transitioning. But I feel okay if I'm going to be like Morag for the rest of my life. Also, I'm gay for Brigid, but I also feel like Morag is another, like, slightly more neutral take on a character like Elma. But, like, I think even Morag's Japanese Seiyu is a guy. She is, like, very dead-ass mask through most of it, and she's also another character that feels like Dominia, and she's a hero this time. Like, you fight her once or twice, but like her honor is never in doubt. She is a positively coded gay character in a major video game with a like blazingly attractive girlfriend, and like I adore Brigid myself, but also another thing that I went to look for in Brigid's idle animation, sometimes she'll do a little heart for Morag, and when I was playing Torna, she does not do that for Hugo.
No way!
Yep, I looked for it. I waited.
Wow, I never noticed that.
Well, now I have to boot up the game again, which will be really hard since I haven't finished Definitive.
Wow, that's a crazy detail.
Yeah.
You look for crazy details with your faves.
Whoa.
I mean, Morag does have that line where she talks about how she wishes she could be even closer with Brigid, since, like, everyone else is talking about, like, oh, I have part of my Blade's crystal in my foot. And, she doesn't have that, and so she does, like, express regret, and then talks about not wanting a scar.
Yeah. And, like, I think, like, even if you don't read Morag and Brigid as gay, it's another very intimate same-sex relationship, romantic or not.
100%.
Okay, I'm done.
No, I think that summarized it beautifully.
100, yeah. That was
Morag,
great.
I mean,
one thing...
Oh,
sorry.
No, go on.
No, good.
I was just gonna correct... Sorry. Just correct you.
Go ahead. You go.
Okay,
you
I will
go.
But just a small thing. Morag's Japanese voice actress actually is a woman. But
oh shit!
yes,
That's awesome.
Yes, she from her list, it looks like she does play a lot of masculine characters, though.
That's awesome. That's badass. So, like, it was convincing enough to me, and that is amazing to me. And like. Another thing that I forgot to mention, she's Morag is very Utena-like, and that's another like big gay character for me.
I see that, and I appreciate that.
What I was going to say was that insofar as we've stated that characters who act kind of not aligned with their birth gender are kind of non-binary coded or could be easily read that way. Morag.
Yes.
So the Aegises also have a similar sort of trans narrative to the URTVs, where they have like this specific purpose in mind and are given names that they all reject. Some of them reject it twice. So it's again that same sort of narrative of like making yourself, throwing away the name, and being your own person.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we can talk about Mallows.
Yay! So I experienced a lot of dysphoria about my body when I was growing up, and all the men and women in magazines that I couldn't look like were all like super skinny or super muscled, or things that were just like on the top shelf. I like, maybe if I started on T right now, I could look like Triple H or something. But like finding characters who are very, very masculine but have like very feminine parts to them helps me imagine myself there, and it cuts down on my own self-hatred of my own body, which is still very prevalent right now in my life. So like these are things that make me feel better about myself. These meditations are positive for myself and how I feel about me and how I want to look, but it may not be the same way for other people.
Yeah, I think like a lot of people actually have expressed like thank you to Malos's hips because
Yes.
I mean myself as a transmasc person, like it was kind of refreshing to see a person with such a masculine form and then feminine hips. Like, okay, well I know that I can't really change my skeleton, so no matter what goes on, my skeleton's gonna look like my skeleton until I get crazy expensive dangerous surgeries. And so it's kind of like, oh, okay, I could still look, it could still be the case that I could look very much like a man and still have my skeleton.
Yeah.
And, like, that's just a reassuring sight. And it feels so weird to, like, just, like, special mention to Malos's hips.
Yeah, and, like, I'm always worried that any trait that I pick out that I want on myself and my own thing might be invalidating something for somebody else. So I apologize up and down for anything that I've said during this that invalidates anybody else's experience.
Well, I mean, part of the point of this episode is to provide another perspective. Right? You have your perspective. Other people might have their perspectives. They're all valid readings. They're all valid perspectives.
Yeah. I guess this is just sort of becoming, oh, hey, this is how I feel about my body. This is what I want to look like. This is what I look for when I look for things that I want to look like.
That's, I mean, we've said this is going to be, like, a very opinionated and just, like, here's a perspective. Yours could be different.
Yes,
and also, we're not experts on this theory, and we're doing a really bad job of applying it. But that's
or maybe just listen to the perspectives that we're presenting here, and take a look at the characters that you like. Maybe you might discover something new about them that you can appreciate.
Yeah,
it's all about having an open mind and hearing each other out. Because I think that if we can do that, we can understand each other better.
Yeah, and
also, I love hearing diverse takes about reading my favorite characters, because I come from a place of nobody cares about my favorite characters but me, but this isn't true with Xenoblade 2.
Yeah, and like honestly, a lot of the things, a lot of the readings that I've heard, some of the ones I've heard today, I've heard them for the first time, but there's other ones that I've been more than familiar with. I really enjoy hearing them because it lets me look at those characters in a different way, and most of the time I end up liking them that much more.
Yeah, like, I don't think I've heard too much of anything where it's been like, I disagree with you and I hate you for having said it. Like, there's just been, it's not my read, that's cool, I'm glad you enjoy that.
Yeah.
You're all valid, and we're not trying to invalidate anyone else.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Also part of this experience, the fear that you will be rejected by your friends. And strangers!
See, you're doing your own personal Xenoblade game right now.
At worst, we finally might get email to our XenoChat email account.
How dare you say gay? Please delete yourself from the internet. Well, I'm going to
horrible
awkwardly
people.
transition back to what we were talking about, though.
Okay.
Yeah, we were talking about some more characters from Xenoblade 2.
Yeah.
I know you have a lot to say about Vandom.
I do not actually have a lot to say about Vandom, and yet I kept insisting that I say it. I was so on the fence about saying anything, but, like, I've headcanon... my headcanon for him is that he's non-binary, and that is based on nothing but, like, my heart and wanting him to be. So with a lot of non-binary rep, and, like, the rep we've even talked about here, it's been, like, more skewed towards feminine presenting.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously that's not true for everything. And the other side is that a lot of the more masculine presenting, they then are not human. Like, I do not remember the character's name from Borderlands 3, but that is a, like, more masculine character, but he's not human, so it's okay. So, with Vandom, it's like, what if I just take this beef slab muscle and said he just deleted gender. He just said, I don't need that anymore, thank you.
I love it.
And again, there's, like, nothing, there's no basis for that. It just makes me feel better to think of, like, what if we had a very masculine character who also was not a man? And was not a woman, and was just Vandom. And I guess if you want some in-game basis for it, well, his only blade, Rock, Rock's gender is 4. That is in the game. The game code says Rock's gender is 4.
I love it.
That's right, yeah.
So, and as we all know, blades and drivers have to share something, so Vandom's gender is 4.
Yeah, I think Vandom's a cool character for that. I wish he was playable for longer. I really wish.
I wish he
did
was
like
at least
him.
not so obviously going to die.
I know,
Like, you get
but,
him
like,
and you're like, oh, you're gonna die.
I know, but at the same time, I really liked him, though.
I did really like him.
He was a really sweet guy, and, you know, even though this isn't related to sexual orientation or gender, it is kind of refreshing to see this really buff guy, this really buff, dark-skinned guy who just cares for everybody and just an overall sweetheart. Like, that's
Yeah.
so cool to see. Like, I love seeing Vandom, and just that kind of character portrayed. I love it. Like, I really wish I had more of him. I wish I had more time to play with him just so I can learn more about him. And it's especially sad when, like, you have that one heart-to-heart where Rex can say that, like, he considered Vandom like a father, because, like, man, how cool would it have been if they got to explore that relationship more?
Yeah. Vandom was so good.
We didn't deserve him.
That's why they had to take him from us.
Yep.
Alright. Who wants to give the
Well,
crowning?
Oh boy, yeah.
Shit,
Okay, so
what the fuck?
All right, we have our
The
last,
winner.
but not least, and possibly the worst representation.
Hopefully least.
In the
Hopefully
hopefully
last.
the last time we have to deal with this. And the worst representation is Florin. Who wants to talk about Florin?
Florin is bad.
Yeah.
So, Florin comes from that trope of, like, oh, do you think it's a girl, but it's a boy? And all of his skills, or not all of his skills, but all his, filling out his affinity chart is about manipulating people and lying. Well, not lying, but definitely manipulating people. And, like, they consistently call Florin a young lady, which then leads to the dumb twist in his quest, where at the end he goes, by the way, I'm a boy. And the reason that's a dumb twist, is that throughout the game you've been able to send him on missions where he's consistently counted as male, so that's not a shock to you, the player.
Yeah, and what's also terrible about that is throughout many of, like, the people you're supposed to speak to, they consistently refer to Florin as a girl, and Florin never corrects them. It's only at the end that Florin suddenly decides, hey, stop doing that. Like,
Yeah.
that's so ridiculous. And even, like, in the Awakening scene, Florin has that, like, mischievous giggle. It's like, it's so hard not to read it as, like, Florin is just deliberately messing with these people, and that's such a dangerous stereotype.
Yeah.
And it's bad. Like, that's not
It
good at all.
reinforces, like, negativity and distrust and
Yeah, I am not a fan of Florin's storyline.
No, like, the most generous read I was able to give is like, oh, okay, what if Florin's a trans man and just at the end he finally felt comfortable enough to say something? But that's really trying to push for it to be a generous read, because then the reaction still sucks.
You have to ignore all the
Yeah.
manipulation throughout the whole thing.
Yeah, like I said, it's a shitty thing. It's just like, how do you make it a little better? Okay, it's still shitty.
Yeah, and, like, considering other characters and all the other, like, positive characters and positive rep that we have seen in Xenoblade 2, it's like Florin kind of sticks out.
And, like, you have a scene with Morag and Tora. Yeah, Tora earlier where Tora's like, oh, let's all go to the hot springs, and doesn't see why Morag might object, because Nappan tell gender based on clothing, and since Morag dresses like a man, Tora assumed that she was a man. And, like, that isn't dealt with as insultingly.
yeah.
It's just, oh, you mistook. That's not a great way for you to determine gender, little dude.
I guess Florin's just a horrible person.
Yeah, Florin's just a bad character. Can't say he's a horrible person. He doesn't exist.
Yeah, I think the dropping of the ball there is that the narrative isn't positive in this character's presentation. It's backsliding, definitely.
Yeah. I mean, like, a lot of people give Xenoblade 2 flack for being anime, as though the other games weren't. And
also,
it did have a lot more tropes, and that was definitely in there.
Yeah, and it's sort of like, it's just like the opening tagline of "and boy meets girl" is very heteronormative, and there's so many boob monsters, but some of those boob monsters are also designed by women, so it's like, we're still arguing about boob monsters no matter what. But look at all this gay! And look at all this, like, other stuff that is in this game.
It has so much good stuff, and they just kind of tried to draw you in with boobs, and I don't know why Florin's there. And I think the aspect of Florin's character, which is that he really loves plants and feels empathy towards trees, is like, that's chill.
That's fine. And that's another thing
do
about
that.
Florin.
Do more
It's
of
just like,
that.
that whole other part just feels tacked on. Like, they just threw it in there just for the sake of having that in there.
Yeah, it's just like, we have to make sure we have this type of character, and it's like, if everything was the same, but, like, they kept calling him young man, and he was still manipulative, and you know, a small feminine kid, well, I have no idea how old he's supposed to be. But if he was still, you know, feminine, and, like, his storyline was still about tricking people, that wouldn't be great, but it would at least be a different bad.
Yeah.
Then he would still be a different stereotype. God damn it. You know what? Like, take Florin, throw out Florin, replace him with better Florin.
Just give us a boy that likes flowers.
Replace him.
Just give us Flower Boy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Give us Eris, but boy.
Yeah, that would have been fine.
Yeah.
Take Aerith, make Boy, make Blade. Done.
Ooh.
Okay.
All right. Is there any?
So, Kat, you had a closing thought?
Yeah, I had some closing thoughts
I had
scrawled.
some clothing thoughts.
Basically, just wanted to reiterate, we here only represent a very small subsect of this gigantic, diverse, beautiful, colorful community. If you have different opinions for what was said, that's amazing, and I would love to hear extra different, more takes on the series at large. So I just wanted to make sure that I've said a lot in here, but everything I've said is not the final word. I encourage people to disagree with the stuff that I've said here. I encouraged people to think differently, and I think one of the most important things about the LGBT movement and queer theory and upward movement in general is that free thought is super diverse, and it's very important to keep as many voices as possible going. So,
well said.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And, just to add on to what Kat was saying, as we keep saying, we're not pros at this. But if, let's say you think our commentary on the topic, you're not satisfied with it, we honestly encourage everybody, not just those of you who think this is a bad podcast, but people who enjoy our commentary. We encourage everybody to research this on your own time. And if you've got more ideas surrounding this to contribute, by all means, post them on Twitter. You can even tag us in it. Let us know. I think a lot of us can benefit from reading up about this. It doesn't even have to be that deep. Even if you were to just go on the Wikipedia page for queer theory, that's already much more work than a lot of people are currently putting into this. I think just the idea of entertaining it and trying to be open to other perspectives is a very good thing, and something that I definitely encourage and would love to see more of in the community as a whole.
And we provided a fair amount of justification for a lot of these, but you don't need any justification.
I was just about to
not
say.
be
Yeah.
not be cis. You don't need that. It's just because you are
It doesn't have to be justification.
Yes.
It's just a matter of how that reading, how we see that reading. It's not we're making justification. It's we're explaining what that reading means to us and how that may or may not affect the way we see that character.
Yeah. I thought I had something to add. I didn't.
Don't worry, you've added plenty of great things tonight.
yes, thank you so
Yes,
much.
thank you.
Yeah, I'm very thankful to have all of you on for this.
Yes, thank you for having
Yes,
us.
thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess we're good to wrap things up then. So I'll just go around, and if there's anything you want to share, any projects or anything on the side, just let me know. We'll start with you, Justin.
So, secret Xeno project thing is on its way, and I should be able to. I'm not going to say that. You'll probably hear more about it very soon. I'll put it to you that way.
Nice.
But other than that, it's been just the usual. I've been playing Xenoblade Definitive Edition. I've been enjoying the heck out of it. I've been posting it on Twitter. I did start playing Ring Fit Adventure today, and that game is really fun. I never thought that a workout could be so entertaining.
Yeah.
I know that game's kind of hard to find these days because it's going in and out of stock, but if you can get a copy of it, I definitely recommend it. Even the rhythm game mode is a lot of fun. It's shocking how well it works. I wasn't sure what I expected with a rhythm game workout video game, but yeah.
Nice. Yeah,
And you want to tie that back into Xeno? Because Soraya Saga drew Nia playing Ring Fit.
Don't worry, I call it Wii Fit all the time.
Ring Fit.
Yeah.
When refit.
That'd be cool if they update it and add Xenoblade songs into Ring
that's
Fit.
what I wanted. There's too few Nintendo songs.
Yeah, because you get the Mario one, and then you have I think there's a Splatoon one. There's otherwise Ring Fit music, and I think the old Wii Fit has a song in there
and there's
too.
one Breath of the Wild song, I think.
Oh yeah, there's a Breath of the Wild medley.
Yeah. So please give us Xenoblade music.
Yeah, Xenoblade or even Fire Emblem music. I think that'd be kind of interesting.
All right. Robin, what you got going on?
I have just been writing bad things that I haven't been posting anywhere publicly. Tag me in all Dixon pictures. All of them.
Oh, do you
All of them.
Do you still have that
Duly
Twitter
noted.
account?
I do have a Twitter account where all I do is post pictures of Dixon. It's called Dixon Pixon.
Oh my God.
If you thought I can't look at Dixon enough, here's a Twitter account for you.
All right, what do you got going on, Kat?
Jeez.
I am still mired in playing Final Fantasy XIV as much as I can between working hours and trying to get some happiness going despite all of this IRL terrifying stuff. It's very hard to keep a positive attitude here, and there have been some unpleasant things that have happened to me recently, but I am determined not to give up. I'm determined to go on and keep myself happy and hang out with my friends a little bit more.
I'm happy to hear that.
Yeah, well, we're all here for you, as you know.
Exactly.
Yeah. We love you, Kat.
Yeah, and I love y'all. And all you guys!
How we have to end everything.
Uh,
Tyler, what about you?
Okay, I really don't have too much going on myself. I still write news articles from time to time, and I've been, also playing Xenoblade Definitive Edition and juggling that with like Sakura Wars, which if we want,
That game is really good.
yeah, it is really good. I have so much fun with it, and I like the battle system was kind of meh at first, but then I did the update with the lock-on feature, and that just changes it completely.
Yeah, it's actually a lot of fun. I don't know what people were complaining about with it, because I remember when the game was coming out, a lot of people were just like, "Oh, this is just really shitty Musa," and you like, there's no moves, and I'm like, "What are you? Am I playing the same
Right.
game as you guys?"
Right.
Like, meanwhile, I'm playing and I'm having a lot of fun.
Exactly.
So I don't know.
Yeah, I've been having a blast with it too. So, alright, before we kind of close up, I kind of wanted to give some honorable mentions. Feeny, who is on our XenoChat Discord, contributed by talking about the URTVs and the Aegis's names. So thank you very much, Feeny, for your contribution there.
Thank you, Feeny.
Also, I again...
Yes, thank you.
Go on.
Oh no, I was just thinking
Oh,
Phoebe.
sorry. And then also speaking of, again, I want to thank Christy for giving me this idea, or giving us this idea to pursue queer theory in Xeno. I really appreciate it. She and her partner has a podcast called Ebony Ditch, which also kind of goes into queer theory and other video games. I listened to their one on Nier Automata, and I thought it was a really interesting listen. So I definitely got a shout out to Christy.
And hopefully we can revisit this with her.
Yes, that would be great. All right. So let's see here. The Cosmos episode should be uploaded before this one. At least I really want it to be. Hopefully it'll come out around the same time as the figure, but fingers crossed.
That's gonna be so hard for us to time.
Yeah, no. At least hopefully the same month, July, please.
Yeah.
She's so beautiful.
Yeah, the Cosmos episode is really good, so I hope you guys enjoy it.
Yeah, that was a really fun episode. And then oh wait, we do have another episode planned with Pure, which we haven't had an episode with him in over a year, so that's going to be exciting. We're going to try to record it next week, or this coming week, about personal stories, so stay tuned for that. And we have another project we're working on, but we're going to be a little tight-lipped about that for right now. So
I'm excited though.
Yes.
I am also excited.
Yeah, it's gonna be a pretty good project.
Yes. Assuming it comes to
Yes,
fruition.
let's hope so.
That is true.
Yeah, we'll just tease you for now. But but yeah, that's it for the foreseeable future. So thanks again for everyone listening and for all the guests and my co-host tonight. I really appreciate this. Was a really, really awesome discussion.
Thank you for having me, and also Kat. I'll thank on behalf of Kat too.
Yes, and thank you on behalf of both.
All right, well, thank you, and have a good night, everybody.
Night.
Good night.
Until next time, Xenofam.
It's not going to catch on.
I'm sorry.
Over the world we see all the high walls. You cannot change, but we've got to try first. Miles and miles fly across our sky. Tonight's the time. Over the rainbow, glorious night. It's light in our dreams, and I hope we're alright. We're all the same from another world. We don't belong here anymore. Look over there, it's gold mine. We can be as fellows, not place to follow. Don't take the sorrow.
Save the game?
This is
Oh,
my
no.
first because I decided to do this podcast without pants on.
I came back in a weird time.
It's, a no
It's too
pants
hot in my
podcast.
room. I'm dying.
Hey, Morak, how about next time you put on a skirt and some heels?
How about you die in a fire, Zeke?
But I don't know if you heard
So,
me, but
yeah.
I was like, replace Florin with Chaos from Xenosaga as a blade.
Yes!
That would
Yes!
have been amazing.
Oh, we skipped over talking about the Aegises in general. We talked about Malice's hips.
I apologize! I am unable to complete my mission!
Hello, and welcome to another episode of XenoChat. I am one of the hosts, Tyler, along with Justin.
Hey, everybody. Long time no see.
Yeah. So, we're back with another, I don't know what, I keep saying special episode, every episode special. But this one's very special because it is a sequel to our Queer Theory episode. But before I get into that, let's get into the guests this time around. First up, we have Kat,
Oh, hello.
and we have Robin,
Hey.
and we've got returning face Aaron.
Hi.
All right, and we got Anthony
Hello.
and Nick. Are you
Yeah, I'll be here.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
here.
And we got Nick. Sorry.
Hello.
Sorry about that.
No, don't edit that out.
Nick confirmed.
I'm haphazardly here.
Tyler, keep this in. Tyler, keep this in.
Scold, keep recording.
All right. So, yeah, we're back again to discuss queer theory because it's definitely a topic that I really loved that we did the first time around. And Xeno is just full of topics to talk about. And we talked a lot last time, but there's definitely a whole lot more to talk this time.
Mm-hmm.
So we're just gonna start. Let's see.
So do we have our quick little disclaimer for this?
Oh yeah. Okay. So yeah, I didn't write it down, but yeah, we are not professionals. So anything you hear tonight is probably going to be different than what you may think about in regards to characters and how they are read within the series. So your mileage may vary. So please don't kill us.
In a video game.
Yes, and I should also say that, yes, please don't kill us, one. In a video game.
I mean, these are just theories, and don't
these
say
are theories.
don't say it. Don't
The
say it.
theories,
Don't fucking say
I'm not
it.
going to say it.
You know, they're
No,
just theories about a game.
I'm not.
that
we're
was
not
that
saying
was
it.
theories.
that was more to Anthony than anyone.
He knows me too well. He really does. Because I'm sitting here foaming at the mouth, fighting it.
Okay, but what I was gonna say is yes, these are theories and headcanons, and a lot of people are gonna have their own theories, and they're valid, right? We're not here to say what you think is invalid, and I hope you do the same to us as well. But yes, we're gonna be talking about different characters in the Xeno series and how they can be read, and basically how they disrupt the so-called status quo in one way or the other. Oftentimes that'll be in regards to gender or sexuality, but it's not necessarily limited to those things. But for this episode, I believe we're probably going to be mostly focusing on that aspect of it, because queer theory is quite the rabbit hole. And as Tyler said, we are not experts on this. We're just talking about a bunch of guys we happen to like. So, yeah. Want to take it away, Tyler?
Yeah. So let's get started. So we're gonna basically do what we did last time, and we'll start at the beginning of the series, because even though we touched on Xenogears, Xenosaga, and the Xenoblade games before, there's still a lot to cover, as I said. And we'll hold the big Xenoblade 3 conversation to the end, because there's a lot to unpack there. So we'll start with Xenogears. So from last time, actually, this was a suggestion from Chris and Eric from Retrograde Amnesia. I believe one of their members of their Discord brought up this reading of Mason, basically Bart's butler, as like, I guess the character can read as asexual.
Is it Mason or Maison?
I always thought it was Maison, but yeah,
I
have
would
no
sometimes.
idea.
Oh,
but it could
God.
be Mason.
I know it's like spelled like Maison,
like the French way, right? It's like
exactly.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
it
saying.
is.
Like,
Then
Yeah.
that's probably it, because I.
And now you know what this episode's actually about. How is it pronounced? No, I'm kidding.
That sounds like the topic of another episode. I would love that episode.
Oh,
Yes. Yeah. We should have like a whole episode on like
all right.
how to pronounce
We can talk
things.
about that one later. But anyways, go on about Maison.
You know what? I should have.
It was basically that he said that he had never had any interest in being in love, and that was not a life that he had.
Oh, thank you.
That is valid.
Exactly.
Now, Maison's from what game?
Xenogears.
We're going in order.
Okay.
If he said he never had any interest in being in love, he could also potentially read as like aromantic too. Since, but or Aeroace.
Mhm.
Both either or. I
Married
haven't
to the
played Gears,
job.
so I'm just like, yeah.
But thank you. That really helps.
I hope. Sorry for.
I also
No.
love the suggestion of Mason as Ace, because I never thought about that, and it's been probably 20 years since I played it. So if it was just one line about it, I've forgotten about it by now.
Nice.
I do recall him saying the line, but that's the only line I can recall he says about it.
Well, I mean, all of his lines have to end with, and by the way, I don't fuck.
That would have caused me to remember it, at least.
That is fair.
Okay, that was the only one I could think of. Is there any other off the top of anyone's head about Xenogears before we? Yeah, that we missed.
Because we know that there is more. It's just listen to episode 1.
Can I bark really loud about my OTP one last time?
Do it.
Ramses X Sigurd OTP. Okay, I'm done.
Okay.
Good. Thank you. That is good.
Thank you. All right,
That is good,
then
and I approve.
we'll move on to Xenosaga then. So yeah, we briefly talked about these the twinks, but we didn't talk about them that much. Chaos and Wilhelm. Because they definitely have a relationship that could be, I guess you could consider as queer, but at the same time, you're like, are they enemies? Are they not? I guess it's one of those kind of relationships, but they
Enemies
don't
to
It could be like Batman and
Who
Joker,
are still
where
enemies.
they need each other.
Mm-hmm. And there's not really, there's not really anger or anything between them. It never comes off that way, but then again, they didn't have
Yeah.
the most
It's
scenes,
kind of
but,
it's
yeah.
kind of like they just seem like opposing cosmic forces, and maybe there's some romantic tension in that I could see it. Like, I know I've seen fan fiction to that effect, so I could totally buy that.
I think it was really popular back in the day. Like,
Yeah, it was.
It was not my forte, so I didn't go consuming anything like on purpose. But I couldn't turn around without running into Wilhelm X Chaos.
Yeah, there was a lot of that. I think like there was also a lot of slash, I guess was the parlance in those days.
Still is.
Okay, good. I was wondering if it was okay to say slash anymore, but I guess it is. There was a lot of slash involving chaos with other characters. Like, I know another one that was really popular was him and Kanan. Like, you see a lot of that. Yeah. Like, I remember there was a lot of fan fiction about that, and it seems to be still pretty popular in parts of the Japanese fandom. Like, I've seen a lot of fan art of the two of them together.
They are pretty boys.
Yes,
Yes.
extremely, yes.
Yes,
I
they
can
are.
absolutely see the appeal. But yeah. Yes, I remember that being popular too. And I forget, I mean, I think people shipped Chaos with a lot of other guys.
He's the fandom bicycle.
So let's go on to Darktoos.
Oh yeah, I like her. She made me bisexual, among all the other things that made me bisexual. But she was definitely a contributing factor. Did we want to have anything we wanted to say about her specifically? Because she definitely, like, I don't know. I guess she kind of also reads to me as not straight. You know,
She read
it
to
sounds
me
like a
as
double
like
negative, but
somewhere on the A spectrum of disinterest. So
Yeah,
also,
yeah.
she seemed very much the type where if somebody expressed sexual interest, she would go, "No, let's do it. Find my body."
Yeah, find my real
yes,
body.
that is amazing, and I love that headcanon.
That all in
Yeah.
Latin.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, she would just like give them like a riddle to solve in Latin, and just yeah, I could definitely see that. Like, yeah,
Just be as logical about it as possible. It's a
Yeah.
romantic.
yeah.
I
like
also
it.
wouldn't. I was gonna say I could also see Doctus being read as somebody who doesn't particularly care about gender either.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah.
I mean, if you're just going to say no, why would you care?
Yeah, see, I'm kind of on that part of the spectrum where I'm kind of like a spectrum and kind of like bi. It's just like sort of, maybe, but probably not. Yeah, so I could totally see that reading.
I also like this isn't feminist theory, but Doctus also, does she pass the Bechdel tests? I know spoilers for Pied Piper, I guess, or Xenosaga 3, but isn't she revealed to be somebody from Pied Piper?
She
That's
is
a
very
popular
strongly
theory.
speculated. That is my belief, and I think there are a lot of parallels and kind of like I think we might have gone over this in the episode about Ziggy because I remember talking about it. Maybe it was that episode, but
Yeah.
there has been a lot of speculation. Wow, I haven't even been drinking and I can't talk. I think that is kind of the prevailing opinion. I don't think it's ever been like word of God stated outright that that's who she is. But like, you know, her interactions with, also spoilers for episode 3, her interactions with Kanan, the fact that not only does her character design look similar, but she actually, like, her pose in the official art is like almost the same pose as that character. And, you know, similar, very similar appearance, kind of similar, silhouette outfit type of thing. Similar interest in like Injustice, like her Ames unit in episode 3 is named after the goddess of justice, I believe, and Melise in Pied Piper was like kind of all justice was her thing, kind of. Yeah, so there's a lot of
Never even
yeah,
thought about that.
she's an interesting character to speculate about because there's a lot there, but as far as I know, no one ever just like came out and was like, yeah, that's who she is. But
I mean, it doesn't help that like the Doxus that we see isn't that like an android?
yeah, she's basically just a
Yeah.
robot with so like if she's being controlled by some lady who's like 120 years old, like you wouldn't know.
So
But-
you know she could be controlled by Melise.
yeah, and you know, she's, you know, it's also her connection with Scientia because Melise is the one who founded it. There's the whole interest in Latin, which started in there was an organization in Pied Piper with a Latin name that she was like directly involved with. So that's like all of that is to say that this is again like maybe falls into the domain of speculative and headcanon-y stuff, but there's a lot there to speculate on, and I would be surprised if they didn't do that on purpose, like if that wasn't like deliberately. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't think they ever said though. Sorry,
no,
I'm
that-
repeating myself.
No.
I'm
It just sounds very unlike Takahashi to make us speculate on things.
I know, right? Who would yeah, imagine. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway.
One kind of interesting thing about Doxus that I recently learned was that at least in the English dub, she's voiced by Mary Elizabeth McGlynn, who also did Motoko
Kusanagi,
and
yeah.
Kusanagi.
I was thinking the same thing a little.
So I think that's
that
kind of
Identity
interesting.
Crisis.
She's also a female voice in Xenoblade Cross or X.
Is she?
Yep.
Yeah,
you
that's
can
why
choose her as one of the main character
my
voices.
co-host.
That's actually kind of interesting when you think about how Cross plays out.
Yep.
Oh, I know where
Huh.
you're going with this. I just
Huh.
Let's get
I'm gonna have
everybody
to
with
play Cross
the
one of
who
these
knows
days.
the identity. Yeah.
Why have I not made a Doctooth on Xenoblade X?
Oh, that would rule. I would like to see it.
I don't know how like accurate you could get with like certain parts, but you can get close enough. For
Mhm.
sure.
Oh yeah.
Me
Anyway,
over here trying to go ahead.
you're fine.
Then you've got Kira Buckland 2B. No, I'm kidding.
All right. Anyways, moving on to this pairing, Margulis and Cherenkov.
Yeah.
Gee, I wonder who put that on there.
No, this
I
is
have
what I've
no
been waiting
idea.
for.
I endorse this.
I mean, I
I can't claim credit, but I endorse it.
I'm currently replaying Xenosaga Episode 1 on the Steam Deck, and it's amazing. Anyway, and I just got to the scene where Cherenkov met Margulis for the first time, and there's this glowing halo around Margulis. It's like, come on.
It's
Come
pretty
on.
obvious. It's pretty romantic. You gotta like.
It was romantic as fuck to me.
Yeah,
Listen.
yeah, absolutely, totally.
You know these two are totally having a K Cuisine dinner date.
I have to draw that.
Oh my god,
You're not satisfactory. Yes, we are not.
Cherenkov's just happy that anyone's giving him food at all. Just like,
Oh god.
Oh, yeah,
I have
but,
to tell you about the doujinshi.
I love
episode.
you.
Oh
my gosh.
Cuisine doujinshi?
Okay, so there are very few doujinshi images of Cherenkov and or Margulis because neither of them are twinks, but they're my favorites and I love them. And any image
I
of
love them
either
too.
of them that I see is like enshrined on my hard drive. But there is a there's a picture from a doujinshi. I'm pretty sure it's a doujinshi and not from a compilation, where Cherenkov is either remembering or that they're just showing the scene of Margulis trying to show him how to eat properly, and he's leaning in from the back, and he sort of like talks over his shoulder into his ear, and like there is blushing.
It is so cute. I need to see that immediately. I wish to see that immediately, or whenever you can find it. But that sounds adorable.
But like
so cute. Oh my god.
Yeah, but
sometimes.
Go on.
Go on.
Oh no, you go on.
Okay. Sometimes you're neurodivergent, and sometimes you latch onto a character like Cherenkov, and you kind of want somebody to pick you up off the ground, and it doesn't matter where it comes from. And I don't know, like, what if like sometimes helping somebody back on their feet is romantic as fuck.
It is though, 100%. It is.
Exactly.
They totally have chemistry.
Relationships that last have to be 50-50, and I don't think they have that ability in canon, but it's halfway there, and I wanted to see it work, and I'm sad that it didn't really pan out. But like in game narratives, characters serve purposes, and it just happened to be that something like that latched onto me based on what I was going through. So like Cherenkov's wife being the hetero relationship that extremely failed, and falling into this very not hetero relationship with Margulis afterward is just like, they really published this, awesome.
yeah, I can totally see that. I think it's really sweet. I like them. And I like that you like them.
We just think they're neat.
Yes.
Yeah. It's just cool that Cherenkov's life just falls into shambles, and Margulis brings him back up, and basically regurgitating what Kat just said.
It's really a powerful.
But he
gives a
him
powerful moment.
Yeah, he gives him a purpose, which he didn't really have much of one before, and you can say that's a little romantic.
Yeah, totally, like putting a lampshade on the terribleness of the purpose and characters' crimes and organizations' crimes.
Well.
All of that,
okay.
Sort of like goes a little bit to the side when I find a character that I can relate to.
Yeah, it's okay. It's just make believe. It's okay to like villains.
Is it though? Is it?
Yes,
not?
it is. I say that it is, and that's the rules now.
Okay.
I also agree with that statement 100%. It is 100% okay to like villains.
I have to check because I just quit Twitter, and Twitter was trying to say that was not true. But
Chat, we are not Twitter.
Twitter is full of lies and misinformation. We don't.
We're not Xeno Twitter.
Twitter is a bad place.
We're not Twitter, but follow us on Twitter, please.
Oddly enough, I don't think I've ever experienced harassment adjacent to liking Cherenkov or Margulis, but most of my stuff was from about 15 years ago anyway. So
yeah, the landscape in fandom discourse is kind of scary now, and I don't like it.
Yeah,
it's very. There's a lot of moral. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it's all good. Like I'm wondering how much discourse there would be around Cherenkov, and even separately just Margulis by himself, because but
yeah,
I'm not going there, and I don't want it.
That is a topic for another podcast. That's probably
ignore
not
the
ours.
discourse. I will not discourse. Discourse is the mind killer, etc., etc.
I should have had more prepared, but my brain is empty.
It is okay.
I just love
It's okay. You got the we love Cherenkov, and you got the bullet points.
Yes. Yes. I also did not prepare for what I was going to say, so I'm just going to be stuttering, stammering through what I was going to say. So it's all good.
It's all good. So anyway, speaking of Margulis,
I'll fight Jin for him.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
that's
He's got
There's no way
someone
they're not.
else. You could argue.
Yeah.
Jenna Margulis and Pellegrini? Question mark.
Yeah, I could kind of see that being like either like a love triangle or some kind of
Love
some
square.
kind of conflicted
polycule.
polyamory type thing
Yeah.
going on there. Like I could, yeah, they definitely have that energy.
Yeah, Jin's definitely a harem protag.
Oh my god.
It's very weird because Jin and Margulis's chemistry is like exponential versus Jin and Pellegri's chemistry. So
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know which
Oh, yeah.
Japanese trope it's riffing on, but it's like you've got the arch rivals who have trained from like childhood. I think I may have touched on this in the first episode of it, where in FF6 there was Sabin and Duncan's son Vargas.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I forgot about them.
And like I have no idea if it's actually a throwback to FF6 or if it's just a thing in Japanese culture that it's referencing, but like rivals as lovers is very cool. Is very cool as a concept to me.
It is. Yeah.
I will say I do feel like I see the rival trope played that way in a lot of just like whether it be anime or just things like that of that nature. And it feels like it gets chummier and chummier the further you get into sports anime, especially. But hey, so I mean, it could be either. You never know. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah. And I think I know people like make a lot of jokes about Jin and Margulis's dialogue when they're fighting, like how it's could be read as like innuendo, like so that the subtext is definitely there, I think, yeah. I don't know where I was going with that. I've just
100% there.
yeah, I've just like been in fandom for so long. I've seen like every possible joke that people could make about like, Margulis's giant sword and
Yeah, like Margulis' design in general, like you look at it and it's extremely phallic. So, like I can't imagine Margulis being into women, but that's just me.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like I'd have to agree with you there.
Just for a crumb of context, I'm Googling who this Margulis character is.
Oh.
God.
Why is his sword on? You know what? I'm not even going to ask.
Because he doesn't like girls.
It's it's good messaging.
I mean, like,
It's environmental storytelling.
Advertising.
Does Margulis and Pellegrini, do they even have chemistry? I don't know.
I don't know.
They're coworkers.
Yeah, I could kind of see Pellegrini sort of like admiring him or looking up to him in a way, and maybe she has feelings for him like that. But I don't know if he would like feel like he would reciprocate those feelings in the
He just
same
seems
way.
much more interested in characters who aren't Pellegrini.
Yeah.
Most of their scenes together are like exposition glue. Like near the end, there's definitely like Margulis and Pellegrini definitely care for each other. It's just unclear whether it's romantic or, oh hey, we're both in the same religion. I feel responsible for you kind of deal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Is anybody else have anything to say about Jen and Margulis and Pellegrini?
I don't.
Okay. So the next topic, it's not really a person in general, but it's the Iron Bar, which is on the Kukai Foundation.
Yes, the Iron Man, yeah.
It was Iron Man?
I think it's Iron Man, but it's
Iron Man.
it's
Iron Man.
I think it's
My
Iron Man, but
bad.
it's like that's okay because there's like the group that's featured in it is the Iron Four. They're like these I think was it 3 or 4? I think they added a member at some point, but yeah, that could. I agree with that assessment that it could be read as like a gay bar potentially. Like there's a couple of hints in the game to that effect, and I think probably like they couldn't really come out and say it unstraightforwardly in a JRPG that was released in the mid 2000s, but like with a T rating. I don't know, maybe they could have, but yeah, that definitely had that implication. I think. I don't know.
I don't even remember this bar.
I do. Wasn't this in 2? Or was this?
It's in 1 and 2.
It's in
1 and
okay.
2. Yeah.
Well, I was going to say.
Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
Go on.
No. I didn't mean to interrupt.
I just wanted to ask about a character that came to mind because this is in 1 and 2, but like there's all those little missions that you do in like around there in 2. And
yeah.
Remember that one guy who sits on the car that you gotta like get his don't you have to like get a cat back for him or something like that? What was his name?
See our first episode on queer theory for.
Oh, okay. You guys have already discussed that stuff.
Well,
okay.
he won one of the rounds of
because
how did we word it?
Like bad representation. I don't.
Bad. Yeah. He won one of the rounds.
It's hard for me to remember, so forgive me.
How dare you not memorize every single thing?
Yeah, you're right.
But yeah, that was King.
Oh,
right, yeah. King. Yeah, he would been. Yeah, from what I recall of him, I was like, yeah, he's probably not a good.
Yeah, he could definitely be read as like a stereotype, like stereotypical, like the way he's portrayed is very.
Wait, what else was going on in this bar? Because like, I don't know why I can't picture it right now.
It's the one with like the stand up of the muscle men in it and stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of...
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Now I remember.
I think there's a guy in episode 2 who's like in the Iron Man bar and he's like, "This place sucks. Why aren't there any hot girls here?" Or something like that. Just like some random NPC, like, "Where's the hot girls?"
I mean, it's also the bar from the Xenosaga anime where Alan and Scott get drunk.
Yeah,
this is very true.
I remember now. Okay.
That iconic.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Certified iconic moment. Yes.
And then to kind of expand from the bar, Aaron, you had some thoughts about the Foundation in general.
Oh yeah, I kind of rambled. I don't know how much
it's good rambling.
Yeah, I hope so because I don't know. I just like the Foundation to me feels like I may have talked about this a little bit before. I don't remember, but kind of like it could be read as sort of analogous to like queer and disabled liberation because the Foundation itself was kind of established to protect people who were affected by the life recycling law and people who are kind of regarded as like second-class citizens and marginalized, in various ways. And like it may not be like a one-to-one like everyone here is queer, but it kind of has that same kind of feeling for me. And I don't know. I'm not being very coherent about this. But
no.
Yeah.
It's got that X-Men vibe kind of.
Yes, yeah, and yeah, definitely. That's a really good way of putting it.
Any establishment in real life that is analogous to the good that the Foundation does for like I don't want to say misfit toys, but just like people who have been dispossessed and dehumanized, and it's good.
yeah I think it's just as a concept it's really cool and I love it.
Usually I find myself writing Cherenkov Lives fan fiction, and it's the Foundation that takes them in.
Yeah, I absolutely think that if he did survive, that they would have a place for him. Kind of wish that he had.
Yup.
Yeah. I feel like they could have helped him. Yeah, totally, 100% agree.
All right. So how about we talk about trans mask icons Ziggy and Cherenkov?
Oh boy, okay.
I
I have
don't think
not
we've talked about
prepared
Cherenkov enough, so this will be
let's do Cherenkov first. Yeah.
Okay.
If you feel comfortable, I don't want to like
Yeah.
push you out in front of me.
No, you're good. Does anybody else have anything to say about this before I word vomit?
I would like to hear how you feel.
Please vomit.
As long as you're comfortable.
word vomit.
So
Sorry.
Hands
I'm
you a
AFAB.
bucket.
I'm AFAB, and let's see. Cherenkov did not trans my gender so much as, like, when I heard about the idea of Cherenkov being a trans man, everything fit together all of a sudden, and I was like, "Whoa!" Because like there's the idea, like there's a lot of like negative masculine traits in Cherenkov, and a lot of them are suppositions, like people assuming bad things about him, which reinforces a negative worldview about himself. There's the whole like there's something wrong with me that's being driven very, very far into him. And like as like I'm non-binary and I'm not a trans man, but I do think of myself in very masculine terms, and thinking about Cherenkov in the same way is just like, oh, this Venn diagram is actually a circle. It just makes sense. I wish I had more words for it, but Jesus.
Your words are good, and I agree with them. Like, totally.
I don't want to be
100%.
vulgar. I have
You're
something
not.
vulgar to say. But,
You can say it.
I'm pretty sure Margulis can handle he, him, pussy.
Yes. Yes.
And that's all I had, fam. I'm sorry.
No, that's good.
No, you're good.
That's perfect. That is awesome. I love that. Like,
Now, would you like to go into Ziggy, Aaron?
yeah, okay. This is gonna be really awkward for me because I don't know if I've ever really spelled this out like just right up. But so when I got into Xenosaga, I was not out yet. I didn't even know that I'm also non-binary and assigned female at birth, AFAB. So when I got into it, I thought I was a girl. I was in my teens. There was not a lot of ambient information out there, so I didn't even know that I could be non-binary. But anyway, so but it was around that time that I was kind of like trying to figure out, like, well, why don't I feel like a girl? Why don't I fit in with Anyway, getting kind of aside from that, I'm going into too much detail. I'm sorry. I think I just kind of latched onto him as a character that I just really, really related to and identified with at a time when I was still very much trying to figure out my own identity and trying to figure out my gender stuff and how that kind of diverged from some of the not necessarily gender related body image issues that I was having. And for me, I guess I could relate to a lot of what Ziggy was going through, and the way he felt, and so I think and that kind of informed, I guess, kind of informed sorry, I made a weird noise. I'm like nervous because I've never really tried to talk about this like in so many words, but I think it just kind of like helped me figure out like what was actually going on, and kind of this vague sense of all these things I was feeling kind of became more coherent when I could sort of externalize it onto this other character. And it so that's a lot of abstract, but I think also like there's kind of some parallels in popular culture between like cyborgs and transhumanism and and trans and disabled narratives. They kind of intersect a lot, and I think I think a lot of trans people and probably a lot of disabled people as well tend to identify to some extent with those narratives. Maybe like, you can sort of modify your body to some extent to match like how you see your true self, or and learning to accept yourself, and all those things. I'm just being very vague about it. I hope that makes any sense, but
No.
yeah, he was just like really important to me when I was figuring out my identity, and I think just kind of became a point of reference for a lot of things, and a way for me to like work some of that stuff out at a distance from like right up close and personal with myself. Like, I could just say, oh, this character,
Yeah.
It's not me,
right,
it's him.
yeah, exactly. Sorry, did that make any sense? That was really
No,
I
it makes
had
sense.
I had more in my mind, but it kind of just like fell out. Yeah, but yeah.
No, you make some really good points.
Oh, thank you.
Beautiful.
And,
I love it. Thank you for sharing.
thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, and feel free to add to that. I was I know Tyler, you had some interesting like pretty interesting insights about that as well. If you want to share, but
yeah. Well, I guess it's a slightly different read. Because I mean, the way that Ziggy is trying to bury himself with all these different like upgrades, trying to get rid of like his true self, is kind of like, I guess, the opposite of what you just said, but it's also makes me feel like he's like, I don't know, pushing himself like further into this, like the closet, so to say, so as not to like reveal his true self.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I think that's also a really valid interpretation. And I would say that even that those two interpretations could coexist, because I wasn't sure if I should talk about this because it's kind of TMI, and you can cut it out if you think it's kind of an overshare. But like when I was in my teens and 20s, and still kind of figuring all my stuff out, I had some pretty serious body image issues, and that kind of resulted in self-destructive behavior. And for me, I think that's pretty common. Like, I mean, in all genders, but I think in trans people, it kind of goes under acknowledged, or people kind of tend to conflate the two, like dysphoria versus like body image issues, when they're different things. They can kind of inform each other, but it's two separate things. And so like some of the self-destructive things that I was doing, I kind of recognized that in what Ziggy was doing, like trying to erase himself, since he couldn't end his life again all at once. I didn't, I couldn't do that either, and I didn't really know if I wanted to, but kind of it was almost like a death from 100 years of paper cuts, just removing like a part of himself at a time, and kind of just wearing away at that. And for me, that was kind of like almost like a self-destruction or self-preservation through self-destruction, or vice versa. And I think so kind of exploring that through a fictional character kind of helped me to see, well, okay, this is this thing, and this over here might actually be your gender dysphoria. You might actually not be a girl. So that kind of like, and I could definitely see like what you were saying about that being a closet metaphor too. I think that's really really insightful and really cool that you picked up on that.
Thank you.
So I'm sorry if that was like depressing Hallmark Channel.
Oh no, you're fine.
Okay,
And
so
I mean,
that's my
And to put a kind of a positive spin on what I was saying, because I mean, with Yuli and Momo, it shows like the importance of like found family and being comfortable with people around you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like another thing that I was thinking of today, like I was like trying to mentally prepare myself for this episode, was that like it actually was really good for my self-esteem, for like to think about like a character like Ziggy, who kind of maybe he feels awkward, or he's embarrassed by his he says to Momo in episode 1 that he's embarrassed by his appearance and stuff. But like still like he feels that way about himself, but like I think he's attractive, and all his friends care about him, and they want him to be there with them. So it's like it was really kind of affirming, to look at it that way. Like, even no matter how you feel about yourself, there are people who want you to stay, and they like they like that you're here, and yeah. So that's maybe silly, but I really like that. Yeah.
No, that's great.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm sorry for rambling so much.
No, you're fine.
Yeah.
Does anyone else have any last thoughts on Ziggy?
Ziggy is amazing, and I love the insight of the transhumanist, like replacing all of yourself with another self. I guess in Ziggy's case, maybe not the same way your average trans person does it, but like just like Ziggy has a lot of positive parts to him that Cherenkov just did not get.
But I love Cherenkov, though.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
But like,
Yeah.
I do think of them both as sort of like trans icons in my head. I'm not sure if
Yes.
anybody agrees.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's good. Yeah, and I did find Cherenkov really relatable too, particularly like his feelings of alienation. What you were saying, like there's something wrong with me. That's a very big like a trans mood and a queer mood and also a neurodivergent mood. So I'm totally with you on that page. Definitely.
I could definitely see
100%.
them being like two different sides, like of a coin in a way, and kind of like you said, where Ziggy was trying to like kind of get away from his humanity, so he doesn't have to like relive the pain of what he went through, kind of thing. But then the people around him leading him in a direction where he found like his new self, kind of.
Yeah. Yeah.
I do like that about that a lot. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very
All right.
fascinating read on this character, who I know is very important to the overall story of Xenosaga. So
Well-
I have a lot to look forward to when I actually like play the game.
I'm gonna
You
say
got a lot
keep your
of
He's
expectations
important
in
to
check.
me.
Yeah,
He's
I was gonna-
important in my heart.
Oh, he's important to us all emotionally.
Yeah,
He is
let's-
an emotional support dad, but like
I'm
narratively speaking,
I was gonna say, and I'm gonna be honest. Keep your expectations in check, because you're in a room with some of the very few Ziggy fans out there. Let's just say people who like Ziggy really like Ziggy, and everybody else is kind of just like, he's alright.
I think that he's just not included in a lot of fan works because he's hard to draw.
He is hard to draw.
Oh my
he is
gosh.
hard to draw. In fact, the only reason I
Now, if we could just
got
replace
better
Ziggy
at
with
drawing.
like a twink.
Actually, there is a very easy way to draw Ziggy compared to like his normal design, and that's the swimsuit version.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Oh, yeah.
just
He
draw him
has-
with the swimsuit in every picture. Yes,
he has
I
those
would-
human leggies, and those are much easier to draw than crank and pulley system legs.
He's got
Very
like
true, but also like there you are with your serious manga. You're like trying to draw the serious scene, and then Ziggy's in a swimsuit, and you're like, maybe I didn't do this right.
Well, clearly, he can switch out the legs. Is all I'm saying. So,
Yeah.
But he doesn't, and it would
okay,
be
fine.
distracting. Like who dis?
new leg,
New legs. Who this?
You weren't originally going to see the back of his legs anyway, but then somebody cut up the back of his Jinko jeans.
I can't believe he's been wearing Jinko jeans this whole time.
This whole time, it was just cut up.
Amazing.
I was trying to make assless chaps. It turned out kind of different.
Legless chaps.
His chaps are, in fact,
Yeah,
assless.
just. Oh yeah, you're right. It is legless. My bad.
He just like has his entire butt out the entire game.
What?
It's fashion icon. Yes.
Yes.
Mhm.
New fashion.
Ass out, tits out.
Fashion
All right.
goals.
All right.
Trendsetter.
Speaking of fashion goals, well,
That was
that's
a
not-
transitional sentence.
that was a transition. Yeah, Dunban. Hey, I
applaud
like
that.
his outfit. He's got a cool
I
cape.
like his outfit. Yeah.
That's Dunban over there.
So
Yes.
I realized after the whole recording, whenever the last recording was, that everything I had said about here's why Dunban gay is the same justification for here why Dunban well, he can be a gender too, but aromantic. Just no interest, confused when Charlotte starts to talk about like, hey, so you're getting married, right? And he's like, yeah, to who?
Please go on.
I'd have to go and like relook at my justifications for here's why I read Dunban as gay, but it was basically just complete disinterest and discomfort with talking about the subject. I'm like, oh yeah, that could also just be he has no interest. It's just Charlotte, shut up.
Yeah, Charlotte.
I love Charlotte. Anyway, but also Charlotte, shut up.
Agree.
That's all I had. That was just me going like, here's an apology that has been nagging at me since the last episode that we did, that I felt so dumb for not, like, mentioning this.
Well, now after we finish this episode, you'll be like, wait a minute, Dunban he could be read this other way. No.
Yeah, then I'll just be haunted more. Whatever.
We'll readdress it in the hate mail episode.
Oh, there's a hate mail episode?
I think I'm the only person who sent hate mail.
Yeah.
Oh.
We just
Send
get
hate mail. I'll kill them.
Me sent the hate mail. Kill me.
No. Someone's sending you hate mail. You're allowed to send hate mail. You're allowed. It's valid.
We get
Send a little
spam.
hate mail.
We just get spam to our email. That's all.
Really? Just like actual spam, like
Yeah.
like
yes, we
Do we
get
get the
increase your
singles?
sword
cans of fake
size.
meat.
So
hot Xeno singles in our area.
They just send tin cans full of actual spam.
please send us anything at XenoChatPodcast@gmail.com.
If you want us to
Anything.
address hate
Good
mail,
segue.
Yeah.
So,
but
that's all I had on Dunban.
and I think that's all we really had for Xenoblade 1. We didn't have much in the original episode for Xenoblade 1 either, but
There are fewer characters. So
mhm. Okay. Then let's go on to Xenoblade 2, because this, Robin, you must go into this theory, because this...
Okay, this is like I was hoping that Chris would be on for this because they have more insight and information on it, but this was a theory that they had heard from the Mira server, where it was that I realized I can't talk about this. This is actually about 3.
Oh.
I think I might know why too.
Oh, yeah, that...
Anyway, about how Rex is a romantic icon in Blade 2. Because he loves you and all you guys, and just, that's it. It's platonic.
Yeah, Rex doesn't even know what love is.
But he wants you to show him.
Thank you.
How did I heard that in my head, and then you said it. Like,
I'm all about making references to 80s songs.
that's fantastic.
So yeah, I can't actually talk about this thing. So that's awkward.
Yeah, anyways, we have one more thing that we can talk about.
Yes. So this was something that was on the original document, but we actually never got to because we were distracted by Malos's hips. Literally.
They don't lie.
So the it's about the Aegises with special focus on Malos. I remember Feeney, I believe, submitted that idea.
Sounds on brand, yeah.
Yes.
No.
Let me see. Trying to think of. Oh, go on.
No, I was gonna say, like, I could definitely see that, like Malos being gay or at least bi. I can absolutely see that. There are a lot of he has like these very special moments with Jin throughout the game. He also just seems to, like, I don't know, it's just kind of the vibe I get.
Well, I also
the Amalthus vibe, Amalthus Malos. I don't remember if I brought it up in the last one, but
I have to say, I have not played Xenoblade 2 at all, but the amount of fan art I have seen, like shipping Jin and Malus, is significant.
Yeah, because it's canon.
Okay, good.
Good.
yeah, they
Partner.
hug and it's canon.
Yeah, they have expressed
Excellent.
positive emotions of each other, and therefore canon.
It is canon. Word of God.
They hug once, so it's canon.
It is law.
That's how it works. If you
Are they
hug someone before marriage, then you're dating.
Yeah.
So the original document, listed the Aegises as a trans experience.
Yes, I think we did talk about this, and it was about, like, defining yourself, and also, like, the whole name changing, not taking your assigned name.
Mhm.
But also, like, Malus goes, "Oh, Antos, that was my name. Sorry, Logos, that was my name." And then the architect goes, "Yeah, it was fucking dumb then too." Which, you don't want to hear that from your dad. Like, what the hell, man? Why are you such a shitty dad?
Shitty
I
dad.
think it's got something to do with the
name.
fact that he's been in a chair for about 10,000 years.
Same.
Get out of the fucking chair, dipshit.
Jeez, why can't you just go to the store to pick up milk and never come back like most dads?
He is just
That's what
sitting
I
there.
did.
I mean, he's also like half of himself as well, so it's
Yeah, the other half is being a narcissistic prick in another universe.
Yeah,
true.
honestly, I prefer the architect to Zanza in the scheme of things, but
Well, I mean,
mistakes were made.
yeah.
It's really interesting, and God, we could do an entire episode if there isn't one already on just that character and the things that we could probably theorize about Zanza and the architect and Klaus, I should say. But yeah, like there's a lot you could read into that.
yes. And we have not done an episode on that.
Add it to the list. Add it to the list.
The never-ending list.
Hey y'all, it's time for raid for me, so I'm a mute.
Okay.
Have fun, cat.
All right.
We were done, though. I think that was the last topic.
Yeah, we're
Good night,
done.
cat. Stay
So-
safe.
So stick around for part 2, which I'd be dumb if I even put this part in here.
That'll be
Because
next year.
it's-
You're going to, though, ain't you?
I just probably will. I'm that dumb.
No.
So yeah,
I was going to use the word silly.
oh, okay.
I'll call you a silly. Okay.
Big silly Willy. Sorry, I'll just stop talking.
Aw.
That's how we end this. We just stop talking.
Okay.
You say that like it's easy.
There's this
And-
YouTuber I've been watching lately, and I don't know how. I forget his name, but basically he does this thing where he says that if somebody else tells me to do an outro, and then he just cuts the video right there. And I'm thinking one day we should do that for the XenoChat. We should just say if somebody wants us to do an outro, we're just
Over the rainbow, glory inside. It's light in our dreams, and I hope we're alright. We're all the same from another world.
Hello, we're back from a brief break. It hasn't been weeks later. But anyway, we have a kind of a cast shuffle since the first part. Replacing Kat and Aaron is now B. Welcome, B.
Hello.
You must be Kat and Aaron.
They
You
just
Yes.
fused to create B.
Both of them at the same time.
Fusion, huh?
Yeah.
Then we have the others back. Of course, me, Justin, Robin. Oh,
Sorry.
yep. There's a tired Robin. No,
Moving
it's
on.
okay. Oh well, I'm sorry. And then we got Nick and Anthony back as
Hello.
well.
I'm still here for some reason. I'm here. It's all good now.
You're fine. So yeah, this is we're going to be going into the queer theory on Xenoblade Chronicles 3. So It's going to be a lot more than the first part because we didn't have Xenoblade Chronicles 3 for the first Queer Theory episode, so let's jump into it. So, one of the biggest things about Xenoblade 3 is that gender is not really recognized for the most part.
At least early on,
Mhm.
like when we're seeing Keves.
Yeah, like between the especially in that shower scene, the co-ed shower scene where everyone's in the shower and no one's making a big deal about it because there's the societal standards for modesty are different within their culture and it just doesn't really exist for gender.
Which, let me tell you, it was so refreshing to see a shower or bath scene like that.
Yeah, they're just vibing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like nobody's being weird about it. There's no like, oh no, you saw me, you saw my arm naked. Holy crap!
And it was just
Girl
like a
in the
normal,
sky
mature
shower.
conversation going on while it was happening. And It was
Yeah.
like not focusing on that. It's just there.
Yeah.
I have my own theory on that, but I'm gonna finish the game before I air that theory.
Okay.
It might be
So
similar
do we
to
have
my
to like
theory.
pause this entire thing so you could come back and tell
Yeah,
us your
no.
theory? Or like...
No.
All right. I'll tell you the theory. I'll tell you my theory is that when it comes to that scene in particular, the reason why they don't seem to recognize gender is this is going to get a little biblical.
What in
So my theory is that in the book of Genesis, Adam and Eve don't recognize each other's nudity as like, embarrassing or wrong or anything like that because they are not awakened to that sort of stuff. And I know Takahashi loves to throw in biblical references in his games, so what got me thinking that this is kind of like that is that they're not Ouroboros yet when that scene happens, and when they become Ouroboros, like part of me thinks, oh, the fact that they're Ouroboros now and that they're kind of freed from the flame clock, they now recognize each other's gender, and suddenly now, oh god, I find my teammates attractive and shit like that, which is why when they're getting dressed in that scene shortly after Bandham kicks the bucket, suddenly they're all like embarrassed and stuff about like getting changed in front of each other. That's entirely my theory on that matter. But
My theory is the exact same as yours, so stay out of my head. It's a dangerous place.
oh, we're doing it again, aren't we? We always do this.
You're the
Yeah.
same person.
We're the same.
We
will
really
say
like.
that,
It's
I think there's
the
more
amount
going
of
on. But,
the amount of similarities I have with B on like so many different different topics is staggering to me. It's really weird how much you and I align on stuff. But again, that's it, there's really not a whole lot of damning evidence for that. So it's just that's my take on it. It's my theory because again, I know Takahashi really likes biblical references, and that's kind of where I think he's like leaning with that, but entirely like just my take. I am fully happy and willing to acknowledge that I'm wrong and that it's just simply non-sexual nudity. Totally a refreshing. Either way, it's refreshing to see it. So yeah, that's just my take on it.
Go on, Robin.
Just that, like, in the whole scene where then after the Ouroboros singing, it's just the guys who are at all uncomfortable, and the girls are just like, what the fuck was up with that? Why are they being so weird? And in other scenes later, Lance is completely willing to get naked in front of everybody, and
that is very true.
then somebody else will be like, Lance, please put on pants. Please keep on pants. Lands
I-
has.
I think it's somewhat like a familiarity
So-
thing amongst especially like the people of each side at that point.
Yeah, so it's not that I don't think that your theory holds any water. Like, I think there's definitely something to it. I'm just putting it out, like, well, here are other things that contradict that.
No, that's fine. I'm happy to be contradicted on that. It's just
And-
it's again, it's my impression of it.
And another
That's
thing is
valid.
that there is a scene where I don't remember why they're talking about flowers, but Uni goes, "Yeah, I guess girls just all like flowers." So there is a recognition of girl versus boy. It's just not clear if this is just the people who like flowers versus the people who don't like flowers.
And I was also gonna say, like, isn't the concept of romance not necessarily foreign to them either? And it seemed like there were scenes that kind of implied that.
It doesn't
I wasn't sure because it's so. Sorry, no, go ahead, finish.
Well, I was gonna say, like, I know there's a scene later on that seemed to imply that they kind of already knew about it, but it wasn't necessarily something that they prioritized, considering that they gotta fight each other.
Yeah, they need.
There's a scene that I am gonna mention later on when we talk about lands, but
Yeah, they were more concerned about filling the flame clock versus romance.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't. I in the lifespan, I'm not sure where or how far they'd really be able to go with that. Anyway, I don't know. Like,
right. What I'm saying is that at least it seemed like they were at least familiar with the idea of it, but probably not too many of them actually engaged.
And one thing that I did like, specifically when we were first introduced to Noah, is that Noah and Chris, they were the off-seers, right? Typically, you would think that would be more of a feminine role, like, playing a flute, laying them off. But I liked how that was, not the case right away off bat, and I like that.
Yeah, I think
there's a lot of gender
Well, if you look at
non-specificity to
Yeah.
things in this game in particular. I would
That's
say.
another thing that I'm going to mention when we talk about lands.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It is perfectly fine. It's just, that is one thing that I actually really like about this game. They tend to subvert expectations when it comes to that.
Yeah, I think that's most of where the vision of they don't really see gender is just that there's no divide based on that. Although they both do live in queendoms, but it doesn't seem like it's obviously we must be ruled by a woman. It's just we're ruled by someone, and that someone is a woman. A thing I wanted to mention regarding the romance thing. Now I have to try to put it back in my brain. So after finishing any given piece of media, I tend to then browse TV tropes. And there was an implication on TV tropes, the world's most reliable source for completely true things about any given piece of media. About the reason that Kite is weird with Juniper is that he doesn't recognize what the hell a crush is. So he sees them and has immediate attraction, but is completely unable to interpret that. So he's just like, well, clearly I think they're suspicious, so that's what I'm going to act on.
That's kind of the feeling I got from that scene as well, to be honest. And also on the TV tropes thing, I don't look at it every time, but I've genuinely found that a lot of stuff that anybody's really gone to the trouble to mention there, of all places, usually has some grain of something to it, and it's usually ambiguous enough about it that it's like, well, it could be this. It doesn't necessarily mean it is, but I don't know. Just to say, I don't think it's the worst source for stuff.
I don't think it's the. I mean, like I said, I go there all the time. I just occasionally, I have definitely seen things where I'm like, you certainly watched a different thing than I did.
Yeah, that's a stretch that you went there, but no, that's honestly the way I interpreted that scene with Kite and Juniper as well.
There's also a person, I cannot remember the name of this particular character in whatever colony Alexandria is in, where he actually makes Tyon uncomfortable because he's just really flirtatious with the girls, and he's like, why is this guy standing so close to the girls? I don't like it. And I thought, oh, see, this points out that they did have some sort of romance, but then I'm like, oh no, because this was after you've liberated them from the flame clock, so it's not necessarily a thing that they had beforehand.
Yeah, that'd be evidence in that direction. I'm not sure. I don't know if I remember an NPC like that in Alexandria's personally, but, you know.
Yeah, I don't remember his name, but there is like one of the little talkie scenes where Tyon's like, I don't like how this guy is constantly standing next to you three. And then they're like, yeah, actually it is kind of weird, you're right. Okay, that was what I had to say on that subject.
Well, speaking of Juniper, shall we talk about them a little bit?
Yeah, they say no to gender. You want to know what their gender is? It is 2. That is their gender. Literally, in their code, there's like a little binary for gender. Juniper, the number in Juniper is 2. So literally, we are coded existing outside the gender binary.
Yeah, isn't that like what they did with Rock in?
Yes,
in
Rock's
Xenoblade 2?
gender
Rock was 4. Rock was 4. Gender 4.
Okay.
Yeah, in this situation, 0 is male and 1 is female.
Which doesn't make sense because there's like no use. Like in 2, they ever had missions where you needed to have a boy type or a girl type.
Yeah,
but here you never need that, so I don't know why it's there at all.
It could have been like a form body type basis, like
I
stick
guess.
thing. Who knows?
It
Like, it could have been to call certain.
Sometimes
like,
developers
models.
put extra details into games because they don't know whether or not they're going to need them. It's
that
weird.
in organization purposes is my other
Yeah.
guess.
Yeah, it could be to call certain methods for
Exactly.
like certain assets.
Yeah,
That's
it could
possible.
I was going to also say they copy pasted stuff from Xenoblade 2. I don't know.
There
That's
could be that.
Then
probably
we
what
need
I
more
would.
genders.
It could be anything from like calling to a specific like matrix that calls like different body like models and like animations. Even it could be like they assign particular animation groups to like female characters as opposed to male characters and such. You know,
You gotta assign them to the boob bounce.
Yeah,
but Juniper gets unique boob bounce, I guess. I don't know.
Juniper is like
What?
The side quest with Juniper is not optional, so you're definitely going to meet Juniper. I just wish that Juniper's side quests hadn't been so depressing. That's my only take on it.
You read it differently than I did, but yeah, I could see why you would think that.
Yeah, I mean, as we already discussed, Juniper is identifies with the they them pronouns, especially in the English version. But I guess in the different languages, they're kind of treated a little bit different. I'm looking on the fandom wiki, and so for example, for like the French version of Xenoblade 3, they use a mixture of different like non-gendered pronouns and different pronouns and no pronouns, so it's like a mix of different things to refer to them. I thought that was interesting. Of course, in the Japanese version, they wouldn't be really referring in pronouns for that one. But I mean, I don't. Go on.
I was gonna say, and I don't think any characters in the game even use like gender pronouns, just like or even in the menus, unless like somebody could tell me something about that.
Like at all, or
I don't remember if there was
I could
any.
have sworn. I mean, I might be wrong. It just I feel like there were definitely a few characters that use some pronouns, like
maybe in the tutorials when you maybe.
Oh, I don't
like.
I don't know about like menus. I just meant like the characters themselves.
Characters, yeah.
Like
yeah.
Like I swear, like I remember, like Santa bringing up particular like characters like how I'm trying to well like some that I might not be able to mention in front of Anthony who hasn't finished the game, and like just referring to them as her or she or something like that, you know. But I'm not for sure. Like it's hard to remember that specifically, but I feel like that happened. Wait, Ant got past chapter 5, so I can bring up like Shania would.
Yeah, I'm in.
I think
I'm
she
in the
brought
middle of chapter 6. I'm currently fighting Redacted.
Right.
Oh, I thought you were in chapter 7.
No.
Yeah, I was thinking he was in chapter 7 too, but I couldn't remember for sure at this point.
Oh,
so
no.
I was,
Okay, so he's actually not as close to the end as I thought he was.
I thought you were at.
he's almost to chapter 7. Anyway,
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
I've been taking a bit of a break from the game because Monster Hunter stole my soul again, and I just beat that yesterday, so I'm getting close. I'm going back to it next, I swear.
Yeah. Take your time on it. I just thought you were further along was all. But yeah, that's
too.
Juniper. I mean, yeah, I really don't have much else to say about them.
I was gonna say it's like kind of hard to speak much about Juniper on a lot of things because Juniper is like very no nonsense, I guess you would say. I like there's not like a lot of more emotional things or things on like that kind of level that it seems like Juniper really, or like it doesn't seem like Juniper goes into like a lot of personal details or anything.
Yeah.
Ever.
Juniper seems very muted as emotionally muted as a character. Like, yeah, I see what you're saying, Nick.
So
yeah, like
she likes to grow spuds.
They definitely have a lot to say about things, but nothing like particularly that says a lot about them other than they know a lot of things about, you know, how to live the way they live and, you know, what they appreciate about that. So, I mean, like, yeah, that does say some things about them. It's just that there are other aspects that it's really hard to read as far as, like, Juniper's personality is concerned, I feel.
Like, they did a lot with helping the other colonies, but I agree with you on that. It was kind of very muted. We didn't really get too much personality-wise from that character specifically.
All in all, I did like Juniper. I did honestly want a bit more from the character, but
I think all of us did because
yeah, like
we had multiple discussions about this. Like
yes,
when the game came out, there was a period of time where like Twitter was just popping off on Juniper. They're like, oh my god, Juniper is the best. They're their single greatest thing here. Like people were going crazy over Juniper, and then all of us in our chat were kind of just like, they're alright.
Yeah, I'm like maybe. I feel like maybe some people read into Juniper like some things that I missed or something, and I kind of hope, you know, for some people Juniper really did make a big impact in that way. I mean, I kind of hope. I do hope that for sure.
Absolutely.
But I just, me personally, I don't really know. It's hard to say what that is.
Yeah, and I also liked. I mean, they didn't make like a big deal about them being non-binary, and I think that's pretty cool.
And an example I can use too is, and I don't remember what game it was, but there's a new release, and they said you could pick either male, female, or non-binary, and a lot of people were making a big deal. Which one?
It was Harvestella, which is a great game.
So everyone was making a big deal. They're like, this is the first character in any video game that's non-binary. It's like, wait a minute.
Oh, no.
No.
I feel like they say that every time. It's like Disney's newest gay character.
I was just about to bring that up.
Was this not brought up in like Cyberpunk?
Well, I think people were upset that it was an option, but it's like, just let people choose whatever pronouns they want. Yeah. It's really not a big deal.
I remember we're in the 22nd century, 21st, whatever century we're in.
Still 21st.
Still 21st. We're in that century, so let's get with it.
Yeah, people like to be jerks about that. It was the same thing when Rune Factory 5 was coming out, and they're like, oh yeah, we decided we might add some gay romance in here, and then people are just like, oh, nope, they ruined the game. It's like, shut up.
Yes. How dare there be options?
If you could see my eye rolling right now, they're rolling.
They're
Justin,
like,
was it a puzzle game you were playing that had the windscreen that said like ladies, gentlemen, and everyone else or everyone in between or something like that on it? And it was like,
I think. So, are you talking about the older game?
Yeah, it was an older game. It was
So
like
okay, I was actually thinking about bringing this up, but now that you mentioned it, I'm going to bring it up. So, funny enough, I had forgotten about this until I replayed this recently, but Parodius.
Oh, it was Parodius,
fucking
yes.
games. The Super Nintendo version. I was playing out the Super Nintendo version of Parodius. In Gradius, right? When you get to the high score, you can type in your high score, and then like you put your little name, and you could generally choose. You could choose a sex. You could choose male, female. And since Parodius is a parody of Gradius, you can do male, female, or other. And then there's a whole bunch of other images underneath it. So it's like, yeah, look up Parodius. Basically, they are mocking the idea of gender there, since it's supposed to be a parody, right? You can read it that way. And I think that's pretty neat. And that game came out in 92. So yeah, all these games that are trying to think they're like, cutting edge. Parodius got you beat.
All right.
Parodius, wow.
Back to Xenoblade.
No, that's okay. It was a good tangent. So shall we talk about Ashira?
Oh yeah, and Uni.
I like Ashira. She made me laugh.
Ashira's great.
Shara is such a great fucking character. She's insane, and I love her.
Yes, she is insane.
She just made me all giddy inside with her madness, love of battle.
The way she just pisses off Uni is just
it's great.
It's so awesome.
They're polar opposites, and like not in the we attract kind of way. It's
No, they absolutely attract.
They do.
They absolutely attract. I was gonna say, hold your tongue.
Yeah.
Hold your tongue. They absolutely attract. There is a reason that class gets passed to Uni.
Bro, like there's literally a line where Senna looks at them and is just like, I can't tell if they're gonna hug or throttle each other.
She does. That's
like their ending is, or Ashira's quest ending is literally Uni and her going, "We're going to die for each other." Like,
Yeah,
what
pretty
are
much.
you talking about?
Yeah. If you die, I'll die.
They're even sitting on like a ledge, like with their feet hanging out, like this big, like this bonding session thing going on here while they're standing on it. But I imagined that a second part where they're.
I read it.
They could have been sitting there. They might as well have been. They might as well have been sitting there with their arms around each other when they did it. With the way the conversation went, that's all I'm saying.
Go on, Anthony.
Sorry, Anthony.
No, I was just gonna say the way I read it is that they reach kind of a like an understanding with each other, that they don't agree, but they do kind of like have this mutual respect for the other. With Ashara saying, you're right about some things, and Uni's like, yeah, I guess you're right about some stuff, and it's more like, I read it more as I can agree to work with you, but I also still want to punch you in the face.
Ant, you didn't play the second part of their quest line, did you?
Wait, there's a second part?
Yep.
There's a second part for like every quest.
There's a second part for every quest?
Yes.
Yep. I mean, it's like a
For
side
all the
quest.
characters,
It's not,
they all have
all
like a
of them.
second
yeah,
bit.
yeah. Yeah, it's not like mandatory, but it's there.
We just blew his mind.
Yeah, there's a lot.
no wonder
of
you-
I knew it because I've been watching most of his playthrough. I had a feeling that was what happened. Like Anthony,
apparently major spoilers for the game.
Okay, well, I have work to do. Holy crap.
Anyway, so Ashira and Uni are dating, so that's good to know.
No.
Anyways, we can move on to our next character.
Yeah.
Definitely one of our. I like to think a lot of us like Lands a lot.
Very much
my
so.
favorite.
Oh God!
Every
We just
time,
stick his name.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Every time someone says Lands a lot, I think of Lancelot. And it just makes me
Lancelot.
But yeah,
But anyway,
Wait,
Lance-
there's an entire song about his sexuality.
What?
Spam a lot. There's a song.
Oh, spam. Yeah.
Since he said Lancelot, then I thought about this.
I saw that show for my birthday.
I don't remember when I saw that show, but I saw it.
But yeah, Lance, possible aromantic because he shows little interest in pursuing relationships. And I remember he even outright says, you can count me out of any of that. So.
Oh yeah, he does during the.
Yeah, he outright says. That's why I was saying before, it seemed like they were kind of aware of some relationship aspects.
Yeah, it seems vaguely.
But
That was during the scene with Mio and Noah having the
Yeah.
misunderstanding. I wasn't sure how to take how he said that, if he meant just in general that kind of thing, but I do kind of see.
Well, the
that.
reason why I feel like they were talking about this because he was talking to Tyon about it, and Len's just yeah, you can count me out of any of that, and then Tyon's just kind of Tyon has that moment where he's he wants to say yes and agree with Lance, but at the same time he's having trouble doing so because deep down he clearly likes Uni.
He had to adjust his glasses first, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's what's that one GIF with the little kid and his eyes are darting back and forth.
Oh yeah.
That's essentially what Tyon was doing during that scene.
Tyon Lance just doesn't get it. No, I'm kidding.
But yeah, I mean, of the three pairs of characters, him and Senna are the only two that don't really seem to have romantic interests to each other, at least in comparison to Noah and Mio and Uni and Tyon.
Yeah. They're definitely more. They definitely feel more just just very platonic friends kind of.
They're
feeling.
besties.
They're besties that will arm
they're
wrestle
bros.
each
They're
other.
workout bros.
And I'm actually happy about that. I think it would have been kind of lame if every single pairing was a romantic pairing in this.
Agreed.
So I think it's nice to just have all right, we got this one pairing that they're just friends and they like that. And if anything, I kind of see them as each other's wingmen. And I mean, I'll get to that when we talk about Senna. We'll talk about being wingman in a bit. But
I think it's so wild that you guys have had the complete opposite reading than I did, because I don't know what it is, but they were the first couple I paired off, and I don't know. I see them as a thing.
I can see why you
Because
say that.
you haven't played
I'm
part
sorry.
2 yet. That's
I was going to say they immediately hit it off, yes, but that doesn't mean romantically, I'm not against that if they had wanted to do that. It doesn't matter, but I did think it was nice that they didn't seem to really go there.
yeah, not at the very least they weren't really pushing it in our faces nearly as much as say Noah and Mio or Uni and Tyon.
Mm-hmm.
And that has to be a deliberate choice because they're very much yeah, Noah and Mio are supposed to be a pairing. Yeah, Uni and Tyon are very much supposed to be a pairing, but Lance and Senna, they're a little bit more ambiguous about that, and I feel that's deliberate.
Yeah,
I liked it.
agree.
I liked it.
Yeah, and I'm glad you guys are saying that, because it's gonna definitely make me look at it differently, and I wanna look at things from different perspectives. So I'm when I play the game now, I'm gonna be looking for that.
Mm-hmm. And another thing is, we were mentioning this earlier about how Xenoblade kind of subverts our expectations when it comes to gender roles in RPGs and classes. I really like the fact that Lance gets some support classes by default. Lance gets Fiona's class by default, and I think that's freaking crazy, right? When you unlock her class, I'm there's no fucking way Lance is getting it. So then Lance is the one who gets it by default. I'm what?
Oh, I loved that. That was great.
Terrible in it.
Yeah,
It does, but it's so funny. It's Lance just turned into Donald Duck or something.
And also, of course, there's this little thing that I found by complete accident. You can make Lance kiss.
That was just an island.
Please elaborate on this.
This was by complete accident. I don't know how I managed to do this shit. So I was playing it, and where was I? I was
You were in the city.
I was in the
Travis.
city.
You were downstairs in the
Yes.
city. You were
I
down
was
that
downstairs in
elevator
the
where
city, and
Travis
I was controlling lands, and I'm running around, and I ran up to that NPC, and I hit the button. I ran up to Travis. I hit A, and then I let the controller down because I think I was like looking at my computer or something. And then I turned around, and I see like Lance just like has his arm over him, and so does Travis. I'm like, whoa, what the fuck is going on my screen? And then I like took a picture of that.
When you took the screenshot, their faces had fused together, and I was like, "That is not how you make out."
Was that in
But
your screenshot
sure.
or when I was like, "Oh shit, it happened to me too"?
Maybe.
And
I thought it was in Justin's. I don't.
it might have been. I just thought that I like overdid it. I'm like, "Oh no, I made them stand too close. Oh no, what's happened? They messed up. Lands, no." So really, it's Travis. No, you're 40. You know better.
He's like 45, isn't he?
Yeah, it's like
Oh, no.
Travis.
Travis,
Stay away.
no.
Travis, no.
Bad boy.
Please.
No, please, let's not. You gotta
But
write it
to be fair, I'm pretty sure Travis isn't the only NPC you could do that
No,
with.
no.
So
Who's
yeah,
Travis? I forget.
Travis
He's
is the
the-
second in command in the city.
Monica's right hand man, basically.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't remember him, but okay.
You'll
Anyway.
remember him more later because he starts
Remember
appearing a
his
lot
name.
more.
anyways, moving on from Lands, we'll get to Senna. I definitely read Senna as lesbian.
I do too. She has
Yeah,
a lot
like-
of. She has a lot of. She has a lot of other female characters in this game she connects with in
Mhm.
various ways, and you'll find her like some of them I get being like almost like a foil for her too, but even so, like there's a lot that she seems to bring up that suggests that to me anyway. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say like throughout the game, Senna is significantly more affectionate towards the female characters compared to the male ones, and like I love the scene where she calls Uni love and Uni gets upset.
I do too. That was great.
But then Uni calls everybody else love for the rest of the game.
Yeah, that's really good. That is a great scene.
For both, like for Senna, most of her significant relationships have been with women, and for Lance, like one of his most significant relationships was Yorin, so it was with a man.
Well, Yorin and Noah, I would say.
I know, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I wasn't counting the main cast just because I'm like, yeah, Ben, his besties, but
Yeah.
but
And
yes,
then
and Noah. And
there's that lovely
Uni.
clip I posted in the doc of Uni having her head against Senna's shoulder.
Speaking of,
And Senna trying her damnedest to keep looking forward and not at Uni.
yeah, one thing I love that they do in the whenever you're at the campsites is like the various like scenes, and one of the things with like the Noah and Lance thing is like where Noah and Lance are just sitting by the campfire back to back and just kind of like talking.
Yeah.
I really like how they did that
Oh,
with them. But anyway, that's not about Senna.
Yeah. And also, what's nice about that scene with like Uni is just like has her head on Senna. I love how you just have Lance like right in the back, like he's just giving her an invisible thumbs up, like yeah, do it up, girl. You got it.
Wingman.
Yeah, they are each other's wingmen. That's been my headcanon.
I
good
also
idea.
like how they are they the only two that no, I thought that her and Mio did this too. And it's very obvious that like Senna is very attached to Mio, of course.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And like really looks up to Mio as well. Like we see a lot of like flashback cutscenes about that too.
And she had like a fast bond with Shania.
Yeah, she did.
Yes, she did.
And I feel like the Shania thing in some ways is just like it's like that bond, and then like Shania betraying, like leading her to just worry about herself more because of how
Yeah,
quick
plug
that
your
bond
ears.
was. And yeah, no,
Oh,
Ant's gotten past that part.
Okay.
Ant's got past that part. But not only I mean, well, the next character I bring up that one of the other characters I would bring up that Senna has a pretty significant bond with through all of her missions that Anne might not want to hear about is, well, technically a completely optional character, but the last unlockable class. And you might want to plug your ears now.
Oh, hang on a second. Let me just ping me in the chat when I'm good to come back.
Gotcha.
All right.
Okie dokie. Can't hear you. Got my fingers in my ears.
Okay. So yeah, like Sagiri, like she names her even, and they have like a different kind of bond, of course, but like that's one that comes to mind, and I think there was another one that I'm like blanking on right now. But yeah, Sagiri is like Senna plays a significant role in basically all of Sagiri's missions, and it's almost like I'd almost say it's like a big sister thing with Sagiri that she has, you know, like it feels like she takes her in as like a younger sister type thing.
Yeah, for sure.
Me. But yeah, like I think Shania is one of the bigger ones. Was there any others that anybody could think of? Because I'm
ladies that Senna bonds with.
Yeah.
I don't remember anything significant with Gondor, but I feel like they meshed well.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that also is like partially an extension of the Shania thing in some ways, but yes, I would agree.
All right. Then
I guess we gotta rope that guy back in. Get our token straight.
I feel like I should have had more to say about that after bringing it up like that.
Okay,
but
fingers are no longer in my ears.
Yeah.
all right, welcome back.
That's a lot
Okay,
of
so
earwax.
Gross.
so
Thanks for sharing.
moving on, let's talk about Gray and Guernica.
The canon.
Canon.
Yeah, it happened one time. It
It happened several times. What
No,
are you
I
talking
mean,
about? It happened
no,
so
I said,
much.
okay,
that-
I didn't say
Sorry, go ahead.
I didn't say one. I didn't mean to say one time. I meant to say at one time they definitely had a thing going.
Guernica and who?
Gray.
Gray.
Who's Gray?
Did you not get Gray?
The guy with the
Veronica
guns.
is like, Gray, we can't do this no more. I have to
he had that
start a
really big
family.
Is he a hero?
Mask guy.
Yes.
Yep, definitely did not get Gray yet.
Oh.
You could have gotten him like super early, dude.
I
That would
may
require
have missed
Anthony
a
to
lot.
play the game and backtrack.
Have you even seen him? He's a dude with an eye patch.
Nope.
And a mask. He's
Nope.
a cowboy.
He's
Oh,
a
boy.
ninja
Nope.
cowboy.
Not at
Plug
all.
your ears.
No, he doesn't have to.
No, if
No,
it's
we're just spoiling
No.
Gray for you.
Just let
here's
him
the
hear
thing,
it.
if it's like if it's a hero, I really don't. It's not really all that spoilery to me. It's really just the main plot that I'm.
Anyway, so Gray absolutely did puppy play with Guernica. That is canon if you've ever did Gray's Quest, where like they make a joke about him being Guernica's dog. This is clearly because it was such a well-known thing.
Yeah.
And then, of course, we all know that Gray is not flexible enough to lick himself. That is also canon.
Oh, you sniffed us out all the way out here. You're like a right proper hound.
Ha! You're right on the money there. He's Vandam's little doggy is what he is.
Wait, please tell me the line that relates to, because I cannot.
Because I forgot her name, but she tells him, "Hey dog, lick yourself," and he goes, "I'm not that flexible." That is literally
that's right.
in the game.
That really was what they said. I forgot for a second there. It all came back to me.
Looks like we'll have to get rough. Or are you going to sit there like a good pooch and lick yourself?
Yeah, I'm not that flexible.
I need to go back and get this guy.
He's way more disappointing than I'm making him sound.
And then
I like the class though.
and
Class
Gray-
is amazing.
Gray
His class
has
is one of
his-
my favorites.
I
has-
love. I put that outfit on uni and like never took it off.
Yeah, Tyler. Yeah.
Sorry, I was just
No,
also
no,
gonna
it
say,
was
say
us.
that Gray does have that wife that's half his age, but it seems like their
she's-
relationship is more of a
That's his beard.
yeah, yes.
Besides his beard, he has his beard.
He's got two beards.
Double beard. I wish I had two beards.
His wife's my age. She's just into old men.
But also, I think their relationship was one of convenience. But
Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, but we could go into that more. Like, I mean, this is us just like writing away the fact of why did you give him such an uncomfortably young wife?
I don't know why they did that.
That was so unnecessary. Don't do that.
Right? We'll
And it's
save
just
that for the
flavor
Gray
text. It's not
episode.
even
No,
like-
no.
Save that for the why did you do that Xenoblade 3 episode.
Yeah. Where we complain about Monica for a half hour.
Yeah,
Oh
half
my
an hour
God.
complaining about Monica.
Monica, I love you, but why?
Why did they do that?
Okay. All right. So
Honestly, in that world setting, I can
Monica's
see it
literally one of my
happening
favorite
just like
characters. What did they do to Monica?
Anyway,
Oh.
so one day
Jiggles.
Anthony will learn math.
play the game. Yeah, find out.
Learn math.
I mean,
all right.
technically he should know by now, but anyway.
Yeah, just do math.
Anyway, so next, I don't know if Ant is far enough for this talk or not, because I don't
Probably
remember.
not.
Absolutely.
I don't think he
No,
is.
because this
No.
is like
That's chapter 7.
Ah,
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
that is
that's
chapter
the case.
7.
This is where I dip out. I will bid you all
We can just.
They
we'll
do
just
show a
skip
few
over this.
scenes of them
Yeah.
both earlier on, but
I think also we could just like move it down to a lower point if we wanted to come back to it.
Okay,
So,
let me.
Yeah, 'cause we
I
got
will.
others.
I will
Yeah.
physically move this.
Want to
Okay.
move all the
so-
like chapter 7 stuff down then?
yeah, I was gonna
I'm just gonna
suggest
put
that
it
you also.
right. Yeah, I just put it right.
This is excellent audio content.
I'll cut it or put it in the
don't skip
bloopers.
this. Don't skip.
Spoilers.
But also just the
For the
point that's
bloopers.
under the one that starts with Gondor. Also move that one down to the
Oh
end.
yes. I
Actually, guys, I real quick, I actually do need to dip.
Oh,
No,
okay.
you don't.
So I'll catch you guys on the morrow. Have a good rest of the chat. Fare thee
All right.
well.
He's just gonna stay here, but he's gonna pretend like he's muted, and then he's gonna complain that we spoiled the whole game.
Fair.
Yeah, how did you know?
Do you want to plug anything real quick? Okay, cool.
Yes. Retro, come watch me play Xenoblade 3 again soon on Retro.
You better.
Bye.
Thanks for joining
Bye.
us. I'm gonna have
Santa
to-
has gone offline.
While you're moving all those down,
Not
it's
until
good time
next
to
year.
mention our sponsor, HelloFresh. I'm just kidding. We don't have a sponsor.
If only.
For real, right? Like that would have been great.
That would be great. I mean, HelloFresh, you want to sponsor us?
I don't want you to
I
sponsor.
know you're listening.
HelloFresh, which listens to every single podcast and goes, this one.
Come
But
on,
you know who will
HelloFresh.
sponsor us? Raid Shadow Legends.
Yes,
That's
Raid
true.
Shadow Legends, HelloFresh, NordVPN, Sakura Co. Box. Come on, let's get to
Buddy,
this.
That boxes.
Did you know that Raid
Fuck
Shadow
you.
Legends is a game that might feature a non-binary character?
Jeez.
Okay, so now that we've
Might.
made $1 billion.
Oh, yeah, we're so rich. Anyway, let's get back. I've already moved the characters around, so
That's
I'm not
fine.
gonna move them back.
Yeah,
so
no,
That would be silly.
yeah, so let's go on
I'm
to
curious to
teach.
I'm curious about this one. I'm curious to hear what this one is.
Oh,
Same.
This one and another point that I'll make later, they're both kind of just I would understand this interpretation, but I do not think it was a developer intent.
Mm-hmm.
Similar to back when I was talking about Gay Dunban, where I'm like, at first the time I thought it was a developer's intent, and then I realized, oh no, I'm just projecting. I'm
No,
the
that's
Gay
how I read it
Dunban.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right about Dunban.
Oh, okay. Never mind. It's been confirmed canon by Nick.
Yeah.
So Teach, it's just I could understand like relating to his narrative to a trans one, where it's you have a character who has past they don't want to discuss, who reinvents themselves,
Oh, that makes
and
sense.
has their whole new existence where they're doing way better. But again, that's definitely not the intent. It's just,
No.
hey, if you want to read it this way, I get you.
I mean, that's That's this entire most of this episode. So
I mean, it's most of this episode, but also like we're not talking about characters where it's just like, hey, you want to read Noah? His trans? Great, thumbs up. Because there's nothing there, whereas there's a bit more substantial thing where if I'm talking about Teach.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not just, thumbs up, we don't care about your headcanons. It's, we're talking about characters where they have a little bit more going on than just like, hey, I headcanon this. It's like, okay, cool. That's cool. You have fun.
No, yeah, you could definitely do that. You could definitely do that with Teach.
So that was my point with Teach. And I guess just because I alluded to her, also with Alexandria, it's a similar character who has past that she doesn't want to talk about, that she's like worried it will affect how people view her. There's also Chickadee will bring up how Alexandria wears makeup to make herself look older, which you could also relate to like trying to appear more feminine, trying to like make sure she is viewed the way she wants to be.
Mm-hmm.
And also that she's the only, or one of a very few at least, character where she has a title that indicates a gender at all, being Dame Alex.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
So it'd be like, no, I is not boy Alex, I'm Dame Alex. Which is also just
I'm Dame Alex.
Which is also just a really funny way to think about her like doing a transition of just like, look, I'll figure out a name later, just right now, just put girl in front of my name.
Like, I don't know, Lady Alex or something. Dame Alex is pretty good. I don't know.
So that's my thing with Teach and Alexandria's trans narratives.
Very good point.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah. All right. So, shall we discuss Triton?
I love Triton.
I love Triton.
He's great. His last quest is great.
Yes, where you learn about his ex-boyfriend.
You guys had me like underhyped for his Ascension quest a little bit, because I went in and was like, oh, it's probably gonna be nothing to it, and I got a lot more out of that one than I thought I was going to.
Oh,
so
I mean,
was happy.
I really enjoyed it.
No, I meant like whenever I was talking about it.
Oh, it's because I wasn't sure, since Chris didn't seem to like it and I really liked it, so I was like, I don't know how you'll feel about it. I really liked it.
I did too. I thought it was great.
It had some of the greatest lines.
And I feel like some of the things that like I think Chris was like looking for something different in it, but I guess I wasn't, and I ended up getting more than I expected out of it. And like a lot of the things that I feel like maybe some people were looking for in it were not necessarily things that I needed it to outright blatantly tell me about Triton. So maybe that's why, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think Chris just wanted a bit more about the character, and we don't get more about the character. We just get more of the character.
Yeah, and honestly, that's fine. I'm kind of liking the idea of Triton being the kind of guy that like doesn't really worry. I mean, like, he's probably forgotten a lot of his past anyway. Well, I mean, he's clearly probably.
Yeah, he's blatantly.
He's very much forgotten a lot, and he lives in the now, and that's just part of who he is, and I'm fine with that. I really don't need like a lot of his past, because I'm more interested in him at present in a lot of ways. And
that's how we know he's not pansexual.
Oh, is that where we're going with this? I was just sorry. I was just leading in with like an introductory, like my thoughts on Triton in general.
I was trying to relate it back to the episode.
I was going to say, welcome to the Queer Theory episode, Nick.
We have to relate it back, and it's that when you ask Triton his sex, he goes, "Why you offering?"
Yeah, I can definitely see that.
And then he laughs at his own joke. And he does this every goddamn time at the doctor's office.
You're like, you sure about that? And it was like, who knows, am I?
Yeah,
Yes, Triton, now can you just answer the chart?
Well, it depends, of course.
Yeah, but his Ascension quest is kind of adorable in the way that he's trying to remember so hard about that dish that his very, very close friend, possibly
His close
boyfriend.
friend who gets a heart on the chart. Gets a heart chart heart.
I thought maybe you were gonna go with that. Was like, oh, that could have been his boyfriend.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was where we were going, and then
okay, so
because we were talking about Triton so much, Tyler and I realized that also Triton is definitely the type where if you say, "Hey, I'm DTF," he goes, "Whoa, me too."
Fair enough.
That and he's been around for so long that why not?
He loves new experiences. He's gonna say yes.
Exactly.
Definitely. That's part of being a pirate. Part of being a man of the sea, for real.
For real.
All right. So shall we? I mean, we've already talked a little bit about Gondor and Shania, but shall we kind of discuss them a little bit more in detail?
Yes.
Okay, because definitely Shania, because I mean, there's several times that Shania is either envious of Gondor or just plain just really looks up to her. But Gondor, for the most, she has some moments, but for the most part, it's almost doesn't seem
Not into it.
that. Yeah, which is kind of sad because I was like, "Come on, Gondor, be nice to Shania," but then Shania does some things that are
that got her off of the nice list.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was also somebody who was like, "Damn, Gondor, what the fuck?" And then by the end of that chapter, I was like, "No, actually, Gondor did nothing wrong."
Well, that's the other thing. Like when you do Senna's Ascension quest and you like see some of their interactions with more context, you realize, oh, it's not that Gondor was consistently awful to Shania. It's
Not
that
at all.
Shania
I was
focused
consistently
on the negatives of what Gondor was saying.
Yeah.
And by that point, Gondor just was kind of fed up with it.
And that was like, kind of, unfortunately, like, her mother put her through all that shit, so, like, yeah, of course she was going to read it that way. She, like, she didn't stand. I never had a chance.
And it's another sort of, like, hey, your family's rejecting you, you're just trying to be yourself, but, like, you also want your shitty mother's approval, and you end up denying yourself and then becoming a terrible person who tries to kill a whole village. Every gay's heard the story.
It happens every time. And like, honestly, there's a part of that could have been like maybe Gondor was partially got to that point where we were just seeing all that awful stuff because like later on it was like, I'm sick of telling you this over and over again. I'm done being
Gondor
nice
is
about
not
this.
a patient person.
Yeah.
No. Gosh, no.
Poor Shania. But
she turned to the dark side. They had more cookies.
And death. Anyway, shall we go on to Mwamba and Hacked?
Some of them.
Mwamba and Hacked decide to travel the world together. Done.
Yes.
Which
Plus, they're the same character, so they might as well be besties and together forever.
Yeah, both of these guys died at the very beginning of Xenoblade 3.
And they were 1 month away from retirement.
1 month away from retirement.
And then, like, they reunited at the end. Wait, didn't they reunite at the end?
Yes.
Like, whatever, in that
they
side
didn't
quest?
reunite. They unite because they were on opposite sides initially.
Oh, that's right. They were on opposite sides. My bad. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, I remember now.
They died together, and now they live together.
And they want to travel the world together.
It's adorable.
All right. That's about it.
That's
it.
That's all I got.
Yeah.
That's all. That's all I
Even
have.
that I barely remember it.
Okay, now Dirk, earring code.
Yeah, according to Gay Earring Code, Dirk wears his earring on the right. That means he's gay.
Who is Dirk? I don't remember.
Council D.
Oh, right. Yeah. Columbine's real name? Okay.
He's the game's Graf.
Yeah, he's the I just forgot that his name was actually Dirk.
Dirk, and he wears his earring on the right, therefore gay. Next.
I buy it.
Sure, that works.
Okay, so
Don't make the rules.
Sorry, look, it's earring code, okay? You're gonna tell me that this was just happenstance and not a deliberate choice by the developers who looked up American earring code in the 70s?
Weirder things have happened.
I would almost go with like Dirk just being about like the same as Triton in terms of things.
Except you're much more dressed when he does it.
Yeah, exactly. It's like it looks higher society, but that doesn't mean it's different.
All right, so
That was
next,
really all we had about Dirk. It was just a silly joke.
yeah. All right, so next up we have Nia and her
Two weed-smoking girlfriends.
Oh, boy. We're going to talk about this.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about
guess we
this. Yeah, because Nia is in a relationship with Pyra, Mithra, and Rex, and it's canon. It's canon.
Oh my goodness!
Actually, we
I
get
have
pictures so many different ways. No, I'm kidding.
I have words about this, and they are not good ones.
Actually, this is where I probably should bring up the Rex thing, but
what I love.
Go
you
ahead
all
and
you
say
guys?
your words
You
first.
really
'Cause I
meant
feel like I've spoken a lot.
So let me just start by saying, what the actual fuck, Monolith? Way to take something that I didn't even like in the Xenoblade 2 ending and just make it worse. I was not a fan of Pyra and Mithra showing up at the end. And to know that they show up so that Rex can fuck them both together like and have kids with them just
And
fucking
Nia.
enrages me. And Nia. Like, come on. Just the idea that like they just validated all the people who called Xenoblade 2 a fucking harem like this is just enraging. Like, why? Why?
Let it all out.
It was adorable.
I mean,
it
I'll
Is
give
it?
them this. At least they're the only harem thing that had the balls to actually do that, I guess.
That is one of the only things about it, but still, bro, like, come on.
No, I know. I'm kidding.
Why did they have to go for the low-hanging fruit with that one?
It's
And it's just
funny.
like, it's like they, and what's so bad about it is they drop that and then just end the game there. It's like, okay. And like, what about the Xenoblade 1 characters? They don't get a fucking picture with their babies.
Nope.
Like, yeah, like, you know, Melia looks at the Monado. That was kind of cute. And then, like, Nia gets to see the picture. And at first I'm like, okay, cool. There's adult Rex. But then I realize what's in there. I'm like, oh, no. No.
It flashes across the screen
Rex
so
got
fast.
busy. Rex got busy.
Well, here's the thing. He got busy, but he had to, like, coordinate that. Like,
right?
He had to get his girls to sync up.
Yeah, they were all infants. Holy
How
shit!
do you coordinate your nut with 3 different women like that?
How do you coordinate their ovulation like that?
What the fuck?
It's a foursome.
That's not, like...
No.
That isn't enough.
It just all aligned. It was
like that's some fucking.
You know, anything I can say at this point is just actually really way too gross for the podcast and possibly his ears.
No, just say it. They, Monolith wanted to go there, so they
No, I
don't
was
go
talking
there.
about coordinating the nut, and then I was like, "Hey, self, here's a fun tip. Stop."
Yeah, we
Hey.
haven't gone far enough with this yet. No.
What about that Rex theory you were going to talk about?
Yeah, this was something that Chris brought up to me, and they found it in the Mira server, where somebody was suggesting that the way that blades reproduce, I think they said it was more like the Asari from Mass Effect, where it's more based on their feelings, and then the emotional link allows them to reproduce. So it's not like Rex got wet and wild with 3 ladies. It's 3 ladies that really loved Rex and they reproduced. And I think that's a really nice way to look at it and less upsetting to your brain. And then you remember Asami exists and realize there's no way in hell that if blades reproduce that way, Asami has not had a baby with her driver just to trap them in a relationship.
Yeah,
that
sounds plausible.
Yes.
But the flip side of that is that it means that Senna is definitely Morag and Bridget's child.
I hate to be this way, but honestly, that entire thing, I can't even be so mad at it because it just makes me laugh more than anything.
It is really ridiculous, but at the same time, it just makes me upset because, like, they basically just validated something that people used to always say to bash Xenoblade 2. And it's just like, now they just gave validity to that. And I'm so upset about that. And I'm upset about it because, like, again, I didn't like the idea of both Pyra and Mithra showing up at the ending. I kind of felt like that cheapened that whole segment.
It cheapens the scene.
And then to know that the reason they come back is so that they can be in a relationship and have kids. It's like, okay, so that's all that is the only purpose they serve now. Great.
Hey now, I cried at the end of 2, okay?
I mean, so, like, we all had strong emotional feelings about the
Here's the thing. I was willing to accept the ending of Xenoblade 2. I was like, okay, fine. They wanted a happy ending, sure. But now that I know that this is what the happy ending actually is, it's like, okay, great.
Oh god, they meant happy ending.
Yeah, it's like, y'all be real happy ending. Holy shit.
I mean, I think if it weren't, if they hadn't done other things in that game the way they had, this being a poly relationship wouldn't have, like, phased me at all. It's just like, it's the way that everything lined up.
Exactly. And
It does feel a little gross, yes.
It's just like, come on. And honestly, and I'd said this to others, like, if it were just like, I don't know, like Rex and Nia, like it was just them two, I don't think I would have minded it as much. Yeah, it would have been weird too, but whatever. But the fact that it's all three of them is just like, okay, that's a bit much.
I find that it's interesting that you get so upset with this, because when I saw that scene with the photo, I'm like, oh, Rex got busy. And then my brain immediately went, so where is Nia's kid now?
Like, you can ask Robin, because Robin was literally there while I was watching this. I was going through the stages of grief with that shit. Yeah. I was trying to find all these. I was like, okay, it can't be Rex. It's got to be someone else. And like, I
had that photo spoiled for me before I got to the ending, and I'm like, okay, clearly that's fake. Haha.
Yeah, the person who spoiled that.
You're like, fuck.
Good thing the person who spoiled that isn't here anymore.
They literally left.
No, I had it spoiled somewhere else. It was like an untagged post on Tumblr.
Call out post in the podcast? No,
you'd have to
maybe
listen.
for y'all again. I had a different place.
True.
But yay for polygamous relationships. Yay.
Yeah, yay for that.
Yeah, that is true.
It's a little
blended family.
Not in the best circumstances, of like Justin said, but you know.
Yeah,
hey, Nia has both of her wives' swords, and that's nice.
I'm just
and she has nothing from her deadbeat husband.
I'm just happy that Nia got the ending she wanted. I'm happy for Nia.
Yeah, and think about the title screen where they're all holding hands.
Yeah,
it's beautiful.
Dang. I like the one more where Nia just kicks Rex out of the way, and she's like, "No, my girlfriend's now."
Like, no, they're mine.
I think that's the way that should have went. Yeah. I mean, but I do feel like Rex was a good boy, and you know, like
Rex
deserves things too, but not like that.
Boy,
not
so
like
it's
that.
kind of just weird.
Yeah.
And I guess another reason why I don't like it is because I never liked the idea of Rex and Pyra in a relationship.
I get that. Yeah, it does feel a little weird.
I have a much easier time accepting Rex and Nia than I do Rex and Pyra or Rex and Mithra.
Nex and rear.
Nex.
But that's just a me thing.
No, I get it. I completely see where you're coming from, and I kind of agree in some ways, but I'm not like it doesn't totally kill it for me.
I will say,
honestly, mainly because it's funny. Like I said,
I will say the GigaChad Rex memes were pretty funny. That's the one good thing about it. Because the messed up part is Rex probably is a decent father. He probably is good to them.
Oh yeah.
He is a good boy. So, you know, my feelings about the relationship aside, it's probably an okay relationship.
All right.
Rich just thought he was salvaging, okay?
Oh, and with that, let's
he was
move on.
salvaging in their cloud. See, it tells you what.
Exactly where I was going. Anyway, sorry about that joke.
Oh, you're fine.
Let's
Okay.
stop talking about Rex now.
Okay, so this was me trying to make this character interesting, but Chris and Noah, maybe?
I think definitely Chris to Noah, but not reciprocated.
I see that.
I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see it. I just don't like the mentor
like
aspect.
when you see Noah's Ascension quest,
Oh,
like Chris is like, I just want to hear your music. Code for what? Yeah.
Code for Chris is a dumbass who hasn't met Triton.
Yes.
That's true.
Yes, and I don't see like Noah respected him as a mentor, but that was more than like that was it. Chris was like, I'm now a dude and want to live longer just so I can hear your music. And yeah, that's all. That's all.
The thing that you guys brought up before in other conversations, not necessarily on the podcast, I just want to mention though, like between like, how did Chris not know he could do this way like Triton's been doing for years? And I'm like, do you think Triton actually showed up to the console meetings? Ever?
No.
Never.
Ever. No.
There's no way in hell.
Like, I'm a console, peace out, bye.
Like, I get it, but also it just for a player standpoint, it's like, but I got this guy right here. What the fuck was the point of you, Chris?
Yeah, I get that. It's like a game, yeah.
I feel like Chris is just unfinished.
Sidebar, his
I
theme
wish
is
there had
my
been a bit more.
favorite. His theme is my favorite. That's all.
It's a good theme.
Nice.
I also thought that like they were gonna do some shit where they were gonna say that like Chris was Shulk's kid or something like that, or like he's based off of Shulk's offspring, or I don't know.
I feel don't make him more interesting than he
Yeah,
is.
no.
We're trying really hard to make him interesting.
we
They're
still
trying
got
so
DLC
hard to make
somewhere.
this poor man interesting. Just let him go eat his toast with the crust cut
It
off.
was
okay?
just a little. I feel like he was just a little additional character that they could have done more with, but didn't. They're like, we just need to tie up who this guy is, and there, we'll put him in
Send
here
me up,
and
you
done.
can go hang out in the unfinished character pod.
Yeah, that's right.
Like,
Yes.
put this one back in the oven. They weren't done.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, let's go on to our last one, which is Zed, an aromantic icon.
Just no interest in romance at all. None.
Nope.
Yeah, he just wants things to be just
Status quo.
status quo as they are.
He's just a cinephile. That's it.
He's just a he just likes movies a lot.
He's
Yeah.
just a concept that likes movies.
He's a content creator.
Yeah.
No.
But he does not create content with his genitals, unlike Rex,
Oh my God.
apparently.
Oh boy.
He may look like Krellian, but boy, are they different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually,
the Virgin Krellian, bitchless. The Chad Zed, bitchless.
So I have somebody in mind that I don't know if anybody had a reading on, but I want to bring them up because I'm curious as to if anybody had a reading on them, and that's like Ethel and why did I had his name and I lost it.
Hammurabi?
Yeah.
Hammurabi. Yeah, those two.
They seem pretty straight to me. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
And yeah, they're another couple.
I got a bit of like, I don't know. I was thinking maybe they were ace, but I don't know.
I feel like they could be, but it's more so that they live in a world that's not particularly romance heavy,
That's
but
fair.
they
I guess
meant
you
a
could say
lot
that
to
about a lot
each
of
other and like devoted. Like they were a couple before they even quite realized they were a couple almost.
Yeah, I did get a little bit of that too. I was just
Mhm.
wondering how other people like read it because I was a little bit like I could see you reading it like one of two different ways, and I was curious what everybody kind of thought on that. So
Yeah, I
unfortunately,
tend
don't have
to.
more to say.
I personally don't really like to ship those two.
I kind of don't either. It feels a little weird, especially with like the rebirth age.
Yeah,
thing and him
when that happened, I was just like, okay,
like a
maybe.
daughter.
Yeah, when that happened, I was like, okay, yeah, I guess these two probably would be a romantic couple, and then like,
I treat them as Pokemon rivals.
Yeah.
That's how I saw them.
Wait a
I was
second.
like, at first I was like, they could potentially be like, rivals to lovers, that sort of thing. But like after the whole like rebirth, I was like, okay, yeah, that kind of reached contextualized how I looked at them. I was like, yeah, it'd probably be like father and daughter relationship, which worked really well.
I guess
I'm
I
glad
just
you
don't
brought that
know
up,
about-
Justin, because I felt kind of similar way.
What's up, Robin?
What's up?
I was just going to say I'm hesitant with that one just because Kamarabi was reborn at age 1 in the body of a 20-year-old. Like, he physically was an adult, it's just mentally they were the same age.
Yeah, I mean, like in the end and stuff.
Yeah.
As opposed to like.
And then she ages up, so now they're both physically adults but still mentally children.
Oh man, that's weird. Monolith can explain
I
the
feel
rails.
like we just kind of go with the whole rebirth thing that we just go, that was bad.
I get what they're going for and why they did it in some ways, but we're just going to leave that part of the conversation alone. I think. I think it's for the best.
Let's leave this conversation entirely. So at the end of this, we do have some honorable and dishonorable mentions. So not Ethel and Kamaravi, but the honorable straights of Xenoblade 3 are Riku and Manana.
Yes.
So
They're adorable.
See, there you go, straights. We threw you a bone. Now you can't complain that we didn't include you.
You happy, Anthony? You got something.
You were included.
If you didn't already have Noah and Mio, come on.
Who?
Yeah, but they're not the honorable straights.
Oh,
Yeah, they're just straight.
Yeah.
They're not honorable.
Just straight.
They don't live by the samurai code.
And besides, I'm pretty sure they're like bi. At least Mio is.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yes.
Well, then a dishonorable straight goes to N.
Yep.
Boo.
Boo.
Sorry.
Yeah, and shows what no kitty pussy does to a motherfucker.
It's not just pussy. That's just double pussy.
Double pussy squared.
That tweet that somebody wrote about, like, y'all say what no pussy does to an MFer, but I've seen what it does to one. And it's worse. Oh, that was funny.
Yeah, that's why, like, when I was playing this game, I remember thinking to myself, like, man, Monolith really making a plot point about how this dude simped for a cat girl and didn't go his way, so he's just like on mass genocide for it.
He's
That
obsessed.
is.
He's
Whew.
obsessed.
God, yeah. Ugh.
And finally, Noah says bisexual rights.
Oh yes, because the voice actor in one of his streams was asked to say bisexual rights in Noah's voice, and he did it, and that was pretty cool.
Good.
Show notes.
Yeah, I'll put it in the show notes, and I might try to clip it into the episode too.
Sure.
Oh, cool.
Enter the clip right here.
Bisexual rights!
I just might.
Wow, that was a great clip, wasn't it, everyone?
Oh, man, that was
awesome.
beautiful.
That's great.
Thank you, Noah, for saying bisexual rights. All right. I believe that's all we got. So thank you, everybody, for joining in another round of Queer Theory. I'm glad that we decided to do another round of this because it's the first time was
a whole new game.
Yeah, we had a whole new game, and then once we get the new DLC, maybe we'll get even more content, and whatever Xeno game we get next, well, I don't know if we'll be around, but if we are, we'll try to do another Queer Theory episode on it.
Yeah, we'll definitely talk more about Xenoblade 3 at some point.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes. Like a round
After I beat
table
it.
when we've all played it.
Oh yeah, we'll talk more about, besides Queer Theory, we'll talk about other things. And we might even ask you guys what you want to hear us to talk about from Xenoblade 3. I might make a poll. I haven't done that for Xenoblade 3 or a poll in a while. And if I do,
Twitter's been rough terrain.
yeah, so
What to talk about?
yeah, if you want to message us on Twitter, it's XenoChat Podcast, or we can email us at XenoChatPodcast@gmail.com. And we're also on Instagram, so if Twitter goes down, there's two
Which it
other...
very well might.
there's two avenues for you to contact us. Maybe I'll make
And
a
who
Tumblr
knows?
someday.
Maybe, make a Tumblr.
Yeah, I need to stop being lazy and do that.
That's how I feel about it.
All right. So if you guys want, let's go around and say what you're up to. If you're working on any projects or playing any games. Let's start with you, Justin.
So I'm writing a review for River City Girls, and slowly getting through that. I kind of took a break from playing it, but I want to pick that back up and play that some more. But yeah, that's pretty much everything going on with me. I will be going to MagFest in like a week, and we'll be doing Tournament of Voices there. So if this episode happens to be up before MagFest, be sure to check us out there. It's gonna hopefully be a really good show, and we're hoping to get a nice turnout.
Otherwise, you can just check out the recording.
Yeah.
Oh, Justin, you're reviewing River City Girls 2, correct? Or
Yeah,
is it 1?
yeah, it's the second one.
Okay, you just said River City Girls, and I was like,
Oh, okay, yes, yeah, the second one, the second one that just came out. So
right. Let's not date this episode or anything.
I know, right?
All right, Nick. Since you just talked, what have you been up to?
Well, as far as like actual projects, I took way too long to finish this year's Xenoblade cover, XenoChat cover art, but I finally did it, and that might be one of the biggest projects I've ever taken on in terms of just sheer amount of things to draw for this picture. But it was
great.
something I really,
It's very
really wanted
pretty.
to do.
Yeah, if you guys are listening
thank
to this
you.
on YouTube, it should be the episode image on YouTube, and it's also.
And
our
I mean,
logo
if you're on
general.
like Spotify or something, it is like the image for the podcast itself right now. I think
Yes.
probably it's on Apple, but I don't.
Yeah,
use Apple.
it should update everywhere.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I was. I'm sorry it took so long. I was really happy to do it. I'm sorry I bit off that much, but it was something I had an idea in mind for, and I really wanted to like go through with it and like, push myself to do a little more than of course, like it took me long enough. There was a few things that I kind of wish I had done a little extra on in places, just like with any piece of art you do. But I really did like try my best to get everything I could in there and make it like what I had envisioned and like what I had discussed with these guys on what to do with it. And I am super happy with it. So I am glad you let me do it and get it all out, regardless of it taking a good bit longer than I originally imagined. But yeah,
Well,
that's the big thing for me. I'm not.
Thank you for doing that, though.
Yeah, no problem. So I got bad news. I already have an idea for next year, but we'll talk on that later.
Uh-oh.
It's a lot less than this one if I go through with that. But anyway, no, I really enjoyed that. That's the big thing project wise I've done. I'm still at Nickelberg on Twitter. That's like, I don't know, if you want to follow me, that's fine. I don't really post a lot. Games I've been playing a lot of stuff. After I finish Xenoblade 3, I'm just like, I'm not playing a long RPG for a little while. I'm gonna play a bunch of shorter games that I can just like knock out quicker and just like revisit some old stuff. Like I replayed Mario and Kirby 64 recently, and I've been playing Mega Man X a bit and stuff here really recently. Zelda 2, I actually never finished Zelda 2, so I'm going through that now on and off. I've been going through a lot. I'm eventually going to get back into some RPGs. I'll probably get back into the Trail series soon because I still got plenty of those left. But I guess that's the main stuff for me.
All right. How about you, B?
I've been juggling 2 games primarily right now. On my Switch, Pokemon Violet. I finally got around to beating the core game. I was honestly shiny hunting with the way that they have the outbreaks work, and now I'm trying to get some ingredients so I can make like shiny sandwiches that will boost shiny rates, because this is what I do in Pokemon games. If I find out how the shiny method works, that's all I do. So that's what I'm doing. Except you have to do like terror raids, and they have to be level 5 or 6, and it's nearly impossible to solo it on level 5, and it's pissing me off, so I'm getting angry. I liked it for a Pokemon game. It was fresh, refreshing from other games. The other thing that I'm playing, because I did receive a Steam Deck for Christmas, is big woo. I'm playing Stray. Is anyone?
Oh, nice. Stray.
It is delightful, and I hate cats. I'm sorry. They make my eyes water.
Dang.
I can't be on the podcast
They
anymore.
make my
That's why you
eyes
don't like me when
water
I'm-
and sneezy and allergies. But
okay, it's an allergy thing.
It's an allergy thing. I like them more than dogs. Anyway,
Jintoki insert clip.
Yes.
You hurt Mio.
That's right. It is surprisingly a delightful game. I gravitate towards like games with like a strong storyline, hence Xeno, and things that I need to figure out. And Stray is hitting all the check boxes. It is delightful, and I like the Steam Deck. So check on all of the parts. So when the Steam Deck is charging, I'm playing Pokemon, and when Pokemon's charging, I'm playing Steam Deck. So it's great, working great, awesome. That's it for me.
I also forgot to mention earlier, but I am playing Yakuza 2 because I was like, oh, it's the holidays. Yakuza 2 is a Christmas game, basically. Anyway.
Why not?
Okay, how about you, Robin?
God, I've been doing fuck all. I've been trying to survive the holidays. You can find me on Tumblr, where I seem to just post Golden Kamui and Guilty Gear, so things that start with the letter G.
Good mix.
There we go.
Golden Kamui is amazing, and so
I
is
love Golden
Guilty Gear.
Kamui. Yes. Now, if only I could combine them.
Maybe you can.
I won't, though. I'm just going to probably write some porn for
You're just saying we need a fighting game of Golden Kamui.
Or you could just write a, crossover.
I'm just thinking about that, and I'm like, but two of the characters are snipers, so you have a character who is, like, their strategy is they have to be in a different fucking game, and that's how they win.
I've seen it work.
Guilty Gear, Goncharov, Golden Kamui, Guilty Gear, Goncharov, Golden Kamui. Trying to figure out how to summarize my Tumblr, and I'm like, that seems to be it. All right, cool. My name there is Nihilism Bot, spelt normally, unlike on Twitter.
Golden Lewis Kamui.
I will put that in the show notes.
My Xeno Tumblr is Felv.
Oh, what was that noise just now? It's
The sound of me tapping something?
That's what that was.
Oh, okay. Oh, yep.
So do it louder.
That's it.
All right. So as for me, I recently was on another podcast with RPG Fan for their retro encounter. We replayed Xenosaga Episode 1.
Nice.
I mean, I didn't. I got to the Song of Nephilim. That's as far as I got because the game got harder for me.
Oh, you haven't played it before?
Oh,
Yeah.
This is like my 6th or 7th time playing the game, but it's been like a decade since I've actually played it instead of watching the cutscenes or watching the anime. But it was fun. It's definitely has some parts that weren't so fun, and some of my fellow panelists did not like it as much as I did, but this is not that podcast. But if you want to listen to it, I'll put links to it in the show notes. As far as games, I recently beat Harvestella, and oh my gosh, I absolutely love that game.
You put some time in that. It was on a lot. When I was looking at Steve, was like, oh, he's playing Harvestella. I'm really excited to play that eventually.
Yeah, it's like Square did not really advertise that game very well, and I just, out of all the like farming sim games, it does a good job of, well, it's more of a JRPG action RPG. That I mean, the farming elements are okay. They're not terrible. It gets the job done, but it's got a really interesting world, story, characters, and it's just very addictive. And after that, I've been focusing on Live Alive, and I've been messaging Justin a lot about that.
That's
so
actually
good.
the next one I'm going to pick up as far as RPGs go.
Oh, yeah, I think my brother's playing that.
Oh,
And he won't play
man.
Xeno, but
Yeah, Live Alive is like actual peak fiction. I love that game.
Like, I was just gonna pick it up because, like, oh, it's gonna be a shorter game, but I've also gotten very engrossed with it, and it's just like, oh my god, it's so good.
It's like I've been going through so many shorter games. I'm like, I want to give it some time before I jump
Yeah.
right back into the RPGs. But that's one I'm going to make an exception for because it is digestible and a lot shorter.
I am going to be starting Trails from Zero. In fact, I already started it the other night. But yeah, I want to pick that back up because I've been playing a bunch of shorter games as well. Like ever since I finished Trails in the Sky 3rd, I've been playing a bunch of like smaller arcade games or arcade style games.
Mm-hmm.
My game completion list this year isn't going to be as big as it was last year.
Oh, you gotta say the number so we can use it as a trivia question later.
Yeah.
Yes.
As of right now, I am at 83.
Oh, 83.
Mine's significantly lower this time. But I just started keeping up with it not that long ago. I need to update it too.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I plan on after Live Alive, I plan on playing Chained Echoes afterwards, which
I hear that's a good one.
it looks really good, and it's got mechs with capes. That's my
Yeah,
favorite.
David
gender
was
right there.
raving about that.
Oh,
He said it
oh,
was
really?
really good. Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
That's really good. All right. So, well, that should be it. Before this would have been the holiday episode, so that was really fun. If you want to find out what we thought of some Xeno villains, whether they were naughty or nice this year, and if they got an Xbox 360 or not, listen to the episode. As far as the next episode goes, I don't know. We'll either put out a poll on the twitter.com or we'll discuss it amongst ourselves. One of the two. But anyway, thanks to the guests and my co-hosts for joining me tonight, and have a good night, everybody.
All right. Take care.
Night.
Save the game?
Bisexual rights!
Okay. Did you have any further thoughts on that, Kat, or
Yeah, I'm sorry, Kat. I totally stole that
No,
and ran with it.
my head is empty. I'm also worried that my audio isn't being picked up because I don't see my own waveform.
That happens sometimes.
Oh, I can hear you. I hope it's recording.
I see,
also-
your,
I definitely hear
I
you.
see your waveform. You're fine.
Okay, cool.
You're fine. You're fine.
That happens sometimes, Kat.
Sweet. Okay, I just didn't want to be talking a lot and then have it not record. Anyway, continue.
Trans rights! Trans rights!
Oh.
Wait, is this because I'm here? Because if it's because
Yes,
I'm here, I'll just
partially.
mute myself for a little while.
But you won't know how long.
You can message me on Discord. Give me a
But,
minute. Hang on a
Like,
second.
it's not worth it. We're just going to talk about it again on the next episode.
Too late. I'm already muted.
No, you're not.
We'll save it for next episode.
Yeah,
we will save it for next
time.
episode.
We're like, I have to edit out this entire fucking segment because there is no next episode. We're just stitching it together.
I'm gonna leave it.
Yeah.
Next time on this episode.
Tyler, leave this in.
I'll put it in the God, I can't think of the word. The goof ups.
Bloopers.
Bloopers.
The goof-em-ups.
Goof 'em ups.
The Goofle Doc.
The Gloopers.
We're
Goober Doc.
that's all that. Yes,
Oh my god. We're running out of steam.
Yeah.
See, this is
Alright, well,
a good thing we weren't on for 2 hours, because
Bisexual rights!
And then we stop.
Sam did a gag like that in the most recent Retro Roulette episode.
Oh, no kidding? Did he?
Yes.
Oh, do you not watch the show, bro?
I watch
Anyway.
every second of every episode. Yes, ask me anything. I can tell you all about it.
stay tuned for Xenoblade 3. And I'm just going to stop the episode.
Okay.
Trans rights!
I'm still sleepy.
Yeah, I woke up from a short nap and had caffeine.
Welcome to adult chat where we're all old and tired.
Yep.
I almost said go on without me because I was like, fuck, dude. I laid in bed and for some reason just couldn't get to sleep even whenever I finally laid down, which was way too late in the first place. But
I was gonna say I'm not that exhausted, but then again, I just realized that I'm pretty sure I'm the youngest one here.
We can't take anymore.
Bisexual rights! Trans rights!